Russell Gage. Out of his cage, it's Alex Reed. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Countdown Queen, Rachel Riley. Britain's funniest Widdicombe, it's Josh Widdicombe. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 54% of blokes would tell a friend if they smelt bad? Sorry, mate, but I need to tell you something. I smell bad. 23% of women over 60 have had a one-night stand, and 40% have one nightstand. Because their husband is dead. Not my fault, I didn't kill him. And in Britain, the highest concentration of ghost sightings is in Derby. Pale, shambling figures with soulless dead eyes and scary faces. The people of Derby see an awful lot of ghosts. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation, and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean, Alex, Russell, what have the nation been talking about this week?
It's got to be Giggsy.
Giggsy?
He's been a bit of a naughty boy, hasn't he?
Yeah. Tell me, a bit of a naughty boy, I think it's probably an understatement.
Yeah. What is interesting about the footballers, though, is they seem to pick up all their women via mobile phones. They either, like, send pictures or texts. They say, do you want to go out and have sex? And they go, yeah, all right, and that's it. There's no... What did they do? How did footballers get off with women before mobile phones?
Pigeon.
Yeah.
Pigeon.
Just drew a picture of their cock on a bank statement. There's the bank statement, and that's what it looks like. I can't draw, so I got Rio to do it.
Rachel, you're a huge Manchester United fan.
Yeah, I am.
Have you met Ryan?
I have, yeah. As well as fulfilling my dream of doing timetables to music, I did some work for MUTV last year.
I'm sorry, what was your first dream?
Timetables to music, that's my day job. You may have seen it, it's on Channel 4.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. So I was shown round Carrington, the United training ground, by Giggsy and Rio last year.
Blimey.
I think you had a lucky escape.
It's a very extended euphemism.
Shown round?
Shown round, yeah. We started in the changing rooms, and we worked our way around.
Don't call it that.
There were cameras there the whole time, it was fine.
So you're a Man U fan,
Yeah.
You've met him. Has he gone up in your estimations, down in your estimations?
I mean, the stupid thing with him was he got away with it for 8 years with his sister-in-law, and then he went for a Big Brother contestant.
I just thought of something.
It's quite normal.
Is it Lego?
First, there's that Imogen business. And incidentally, she came to my New Year's Eve party, and
Imogen came to your New Year's Eve party?
she did.
Well, but now she's famous, so things are going to change.
She's done pretty good.
She's now in a different league.
You know, you have to sign all these NDAs and these, what's the thing they're going...
Non-disclosure agreements?
Yeah, everyone had to sign these.
To come to your party?
Correct, yes.
You're having a laugh, aren't you?
Yeah. Seriously, that wasn't my suggestion.
Because the
somebody
girl,
else's
I
suggestion.
remember... Do you remember that girl? I forget her name that you were dating.
Yeah, yeah.
Remember the only reason you're famous? That girl. Don't be
nice to me.
I will be nice.
Okay.
Jesus. I should have booked security.
I might be retired, but
I know, all right. Don't cry, Alex. Jesus.
Anyway, she didn't sign one, and she released on a YouTube of the exclusive footage of our party. And someone got very upset. I didn't care.
Was it at your house?
It was... that's a bone of contention now.
I think I might be about to do my first joke as a team captain.
So stay tuned.
John,
Cost.
don't want to put the pressure on you, but make sure it's good.
I mean, you can judge.
Yeah.
Close up on Sean as I deliver the gag. I wasn't at the party, of course, because most comedians do gigs on New Year's Eve. So does Imogen Thomas.
John, So, Alex, so you've met Imogen and you liked her, but she sort of socially, she was selling her story. She was trying to get ahead.
That sounds like a great party. You've got to actually sign something to come in.
If you've got to sign something to get in there, surely you want to get in there. It makes it more exclusive. I don't know.
No, it makes me think they're all wankers in there.
Do you see none of his sponsors give a shit? No one's dropped him. Like, I didn't know he was sponsored by Quorn. What kind of moral compass have Quorn got where they're going, well, if it didn't involve a pepperami, I don't care. I mean...
Ironically, he's the one person who won't substitute his sausage for anything.
You would imagine that, you know, vegetarianism's not very sexy. They're probably slightly delighted to have the Welsh Lothario angle. I'll fuck anything, I will. No cutlet. They're talking about him in the papers as if they're saying, oh, he's sleeping in the spare room now. As if he's on, like, a camp bed in a sleeping bag. He lives in a mansion. He's in a massive... He's probably got a telly in there. I'm not... But, these people live different lives.
The other ladies... Is it alleged? Are we allowed to talk about the other?
Oh, we are allowed to talk... The other lady.
Sister-in-law, I mean...
Oh, my good. Brothers. What's that all about?
No. It's when a woman has two babies and they're both boys.
Shall we have a look and see whether Ryan Giggs is one of the most talked about things this week? That's the most talked about thing this week. So not only has Ryan Giggs been in someone who's been in Big Brother, but his brother has also been in someone his Big Brother has been in. Ryan Giggs' mum, Lynn, is going to talk to Ryan alone about his affair with his brother's wife. If you're watching, Lynn, our advice, don't wear anything too sexy. OK, John, Rachel and Josh, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Well, we go down this theme of feuding brothers and the Miliband. Although feuding's just a bit... It's too strong a word for such tedious men. But they're apparently, they don't get on since...
Since the leadership. David found out on TV that Ed was standing against him in the leadership election. I had a friend who found out via Facebook that his girlfriend was pregnant. Do you want to know how? She tagged him in the scan.
I don't understand why it's suddenly back in the papers this week.
Well, because a book came out this week that talked about the extent of the rivalry between them and the fact they haven't really spoken since, and it's actually a lot worse than it was reported at the time. At the time, David went, no, I'm really pleased for him, brilliant. And actually, he was going, you fucking shit.
But it's not, it would be more of a surprise if they'd really got on, and like, because you can't, the alternative to them not being able to work together is them doing it together, like Jedward on the dispatch box. Like, I'm David, and I'm Edward. I was Deadwood. Here.
Let's talk to the political heavyweight. Alex, what do you think about the Miliband brothers feud?
Well, I'm the youngest of 6, 3 boys, 3 girls. And my brother was, next one up, was like the breadwinner of the family. Big brother, I've always taken advice now, is now working for me. And he doesn't like it.
What does he do for you?
He does.
What's he in charge of?
There's love. He's sort of come on a bit of a manager, and he's the academic, and I'm the...
I think you sort of bore his point out when you said he's the academic and you didn't know the word for what you do.
I've got brothers. There's not much in the way of... I've never had a physical fight with my brother. We used to argue when we were little, but...
He used to beat the crap out of me,
He used to beat the crap out of you?
Yes.
Was there any... When you became a cage fighter...
The worm turned.
If you refer to it as the Readinator, I think that... Because I'm in cage fighting kudos, but that is a shit nickname.
It's a persona, like...
Me, Readinator. Is that like a shit version of Kindle? Do you want me to show you? QVC, $35.99! The Readinator!
Well, I can tell you that the Milibands are not one of the most talked about things this week. OK, fingers on buzzers, 2 more to get.
Bruce Forsyth. Sir Brucey, he's been knighted. finally. And people are apparently excited about that.
I think it's nice, you know, he's got one now, along with, you know, his classmates, Galahad and Lancelot.
He really pisses on the term knight, doesn't he? Imagine if you were a kid and you knew about King Arthur and all that. Yeah, they're still knights, Mummy. Yeah, there's one on TV now.
Do you reckon at the ceremony, Prince Philip will go, "Nice to see some young blood coming through"?
Do you know, what's amazing about him, they said he's had 70 years in entertainment. And since the 70s, for like 45 years or something, there's been a waxwork of him in Madame Tussauds for 45 years.
Bloody hell.
And they don't change it. What they do is they hold up a recent photo and then hit it with a cricket bat.
They just hold like a patio heater up to it, so it just...
Well, let's have a look and see if it's one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, it is. Yes, Bruce Forsyth was awarded a knighthood in the Queen's birthday honours, so from now on, he'll be known as Sir Brucey instead of just Brucey. That's 9 letters instead of 6. Might not seem like much, but that's just put 50% on the price of a wreath. One thing still to get. Fingers on buzzers.
Is it the juror who was sent to jail this week for discussing the case with one of the defendants on Facebook? So the trial's still going on and she's talking to one of the defendants about who else, her friends who are still in the courtroom. But the thing about it is, when you actually see what this woman's written, I think the thing that she should go to prison for is her appalling grammar. Yeah.
We've got some of these. We've got Don't Be a Stranger, Pal. We have Meet Up Soon, Good Luck.
Well, I think it'd be good for her to go to prison, because in prison, a lot of people often learn to read and write, don't they?
In her defence, come on, listen, there's a... You know, I don't think that's a bad thing.
What?
I do text talk. You with a U rather than Y-O-U.
I'm only joking about the grammar. The main thing is that she's talking to someone during a trial.
Do text talk.
No, I write out every single word, apostrophes. I even sometimes, if I can't do an apostrophe on my phone, I put brackets, there should be an apostrophe there. But if you look at the woman as well, you think so. She is a very good argument against the death penalty. Because if you think there's people like that on juries, people who are that stupid on a jury, you know, never mind telling the difference between right and wrong, she looks like she doesn't know the difference between right and left.
Apparently that's what Wayne Rooney's going to look like when the hair's grown out.
Talking of idiocy, not realising that the Facebook is public, I made a real faux pas. I was travelling on the train, really annoying woman sitting opposite me, tutting everything I did. You know the type of person that can hear your pancreas secreting insulin? Like bowl haircut, middle-aged, bag full of Catherine Cookson novels. So I said, "Oh my God, total King Canute sitting opposite me." Sneaky way of swearing. She's got a librarian's haircut. And she tuts every time I move. The biatch, right? Just forgot about it. The most unlikely object comes out of her bag next. A BlackBerry, right? She's heard me say my name to my bank on the phone, got my surname, has Googled me, right? Gone onto Facebook. She's leant in and gone, "Now, I've just recognised who you are." And of course, egotistical comedian, "What, have you seen me on 8 out of 10 Cats? Did you like my Beyonce dance? What was it?" She said this: "I think it's very hurtful what you've just written on Facebook." Everyone on the train's like... It's very hurtful what you've just written on Facebook. I wasn't tutting every time you moved. I don't have a librarian's haircut. And this is the worst bit. The reason I'm in a bad mood is I've just visited my friend in London who is terminally ill. Like, listen, how I got out of it isn't even by my stuff. She's watching this, I'm toast. I said, I was like, "Oh my God, Totes, you've got it wrong." What I do is I put fake events on there to make myself more interesting, so my followers or... And there was little thumbs under, "Hey, I'm a librarian, leave it out." It was all underneath. Then I sent a couple of fake ones to make it sound believable. "I've just spilled coffee on my knob," and I hadn't. About 10 minutes later, she started crying and going, "I'm so sorry, I've just been under a lot of pressure lately." You know, she apologised to me, right there. Right? An hour later, I went back onto Facebook, and underneath the thread, everyone else on the train who'd recognised who I was had posted, "You just about got away with that, mate. Nice one." I love it. That's why I empathise with this story.
She's here tonight.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Let's have a look and see whether this juror chatting to the defendant on Facebook is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, it is. Yes, a juror and a defendant were found guilty of contempt of court after making contact on Facebook. I'm worried I could go to prison if the police ever find out what I've been doing on my computer. At the end of that round, Sean seems in the lead. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Rachel and Josh, what do you like the look of?
The wedding one.
I don't like weddings because there's absolutely no chance of me ever being involved in them.
There is, they could change that law.
I think we might go for the sexy lady in the specs.
OK. We asked tonight's jury audience, would you rather be beautiful or brainy? What do you think they said?
I went on a date recently and 2 different people came up to us and said that she was far too attractive to me.
Wow.
I'm sure you've had it as well, Alex.
Total strangers came up to you.
One was a drunk Australian man who'd fallen out with his friends and he thought, well, I'll go and slag off this guy who's with a hot girl then. And then the second one was a drugs dealer in Camden who stopped a mobile phone call to point across the street and go, you shouldn't be with her, mate. And I didn't know whether that was the greatest compliment or the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
I go for ugly, stupid women. Really ugly, really stupid. So then people come up to me and they go, you're too good for her, mate. You shouldn't be with her. They go, there she goes. She's combing her hair with a shoe.
You don't have to look any further than our guests to see beauty and brains. Obviously, we've got Rachel. We've got, on the other end of the spectrum, we've got you. Nil point.
Is that a compliment?
Yes, yes, it is a compliment. Alex, what first attracted you to Jordan? What 2 things?
Au contraire.
Go on, so what do you find attractive?
Something. It's the Factor X, the enigma, the... I don't know, it's...
They're called tits.
I like... The whole package!
So, what do you think our audience going for? Do you think they'd rather be beautiful, or do you think they'd rather be brainy? What are you going to go for?
If you're beautiful but thick, then you never have the intelligence to question why people are hanging around with you. I mean, brains are what make you go, oh, I wonder if this is just a fickle relationship. If you're beautiful but thick, you go, everyone likes me. I would say, as a result of that, they'd say beautiful.
Well, you're team captain. This is your first go, so I'm very happy.
Not nice to hear that in a woman's voice. This is your first go, isn't it? You're having fun. It's lasted long, isn't it?
I think they'll go brainy.
You think beautiful?
Yep.
I think beautiful, so you're outvoted.
Well, you think the audience would rather be beautiful? What do you think, Sean?
Brains.
All right, let's have a look and see what the audience would rather be, beautiful or brainy.
Yeah, we're right.
Yeah, the answer is 65% of our studio audience would rather be brainy. I'm not sure. If people really did prefer brains, then Stephen Hawking would have sold a few more copies of his topless calendar. Then the winner is the name of our final round. Best way to make someone cry.
I've done a couple of... I like practical jokes. I've done a couple that have gone wrong and upset people. And when I was 17, like, my mum's a bit OCD and would always check where I am. She phoned my mobile and my friend answered it. I'd set this up. And he answered the phone and went, hello, who is this? We found this phone in the wreckage.
Oh, Jesus.
Good joke though, right, guys?
I thought I was bad. Sometimes I don't tell my kids how hot the food is. No, it's not hot. Eat it.
John, have you ever cried?
He's a Leeds fan.
Yes, I am. I don't cry about football, though. There's so much real tragedy in my life. Just sort of do it on my own. I just think crying's like masturbating. You've got to get it out of your system every now and again. So just every now and again, I'll just take a night off, drink up 2 bottles of red wine, and just, right, let's fucking do this. Go and stare in the mirror till it happens.
We're talking about crying or masturbation. until it happens. Jesus, John. Get the internet. It's not that expensive. OK, best way to make someone cry.
You know when you're really hungover and then they show the snowman? That really hits you right between the eyes.
I'll tell you a really good way to make someone cry. This is a brilliant way. Is dress up as their dead grandmother. and then you say, haven't you grown since I died? Oh, haven't you grown? Oh, come on, what's the matter? Don't cry, you used to love me. Come on, give Nana a kiss.
Do you think they're crying at the
Always
Nana
works.
thing? Or do you think they're just crying and... "Oh, Sean Locke's had a breakdown, I liked him."
So what do you think? What do you think the answer might be, Alex?
Nipple twisters.
You know what, Alex? That's probably why she left you.
I've only got one nipple.
They were
What's
big
that?
twisters.
She's only got one. Hang on. A little bit of showbiz gossip, interestingly. She's only got...
No. Me.
You've only got one nipple?
Yeah.
How come you've only got one nipple?
Got punched off.
I think I speak on behalf of everyone in this room when I say I'd very much like to see that. So what, nipple?
One
that's
good
been...
nipple.
One, OK.
One ripped off nipple.
Oh, no, that has been punched off. That's my favourite thing that has ever happened on this show. Sean going... Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, just checking out fellas' nipple. What's the matter with that? Most normal thing in the world. Something you do for pleasure, but it doesn't make you cry.
Is it making love, the way I do it?
Sobbing.
I will give you a clue. It involves eating popcorn.
Watching sad films.
That is exactly the right answer. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are... Rachel, come on, you're good at maths. Do the scores. Quickly, do the scores. Add up the scores. Quickly. Do the maths.
There's no music, there's no music.
There's no... da-da. Ooh, OK, 17 times 35.
No, not without the music.
Not without the music. Come on, quick, 17 times 35.
Is it 595?
That is the correct answer. Which means Sean, Russell and Alex are the winners this evening. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us, but stay tuned for Claudia Winkleman's new show, King Of. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Walford's finest, it's Patsy Palmer. It's Jack on your box, Jack Whitehall. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, it's him off the news, Krishnan Guru Murthy. Stand up, it's Joe Wilkinson. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, kissing someone for a minute burns 2.6 calories? You know what? Paolo says he's a personal trainer, but I'm starting to think he's just making up as he goes along. 48% of businesses have banned their staff from using Facebook and Twitter. Sounds reasonable, but it's a nightmare for everyone who works at Facebook and Twitter. And, according to a poll, 35 is too old to wear a miniskirt. That is sexist nonsense. 35 is fine to wear a miniskirt, but 36, Jesus wept. The only thing covering those legs should be a coffin. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John, Patsy and Jack, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it Wimbledon?
Did you go this week?
I went to Eastbourne.
You went to Eastbourne?
It was really good.
Really? So you went to Eastbourne, not Wimbledon?
You have a problem with your sat-nav?
It was a really brilliant match. I saw Venus Williams.
How did you cope with the screaming?
Where, in Eastbourne?
At the tennis, when they hit it and they...
Screaming? Grunting?
They're trying to ban it, aren't they? They're trying to ban the noises.
Yeah, they are. They said this week it was OK, it was better for concentration and stability to grunt.
I have to watch it with the sound down. I can't be doing with it. If you turn the sound down and do your own noises, like boink, boink. I imagine that the ball boys are little gremlins, and then when they come out to get a ball, I go...
Can I hear the gremlin noise again?
Sometimes I go, my ball, my ball, my ball. They've taken all the fun out of it, though. One of the first things they did this week, when it rained, because they can still play, but they closed Henman Hill, because they didn't want people sliding down. And again, more fun than tennis. Like, they should just have a camera, posh old lady with a tray full of Pims, just trying to get across the... Far better than tennis.
Joe, do you watch the tennis?
Yeah, well, no.
I used to watch it, but yeah, it's the same thing. It's just different people winning. It's the same every time. Oh, you won that one.
Does anyone think Andy Murray's going to win?
Of course he's not going to win. We always go through this shit every year. He's never going to win. Read the news like that. Oh, this is bollocks. Not reading that. Move on.
Well, it'd be good. It'd be a breath of fresh air if the news was read like this.
I'd love that.
Afghanistan, yada, yada, yada.
The thing that did annoy me was that Andy Murray takes his top off a lot. And, like, he's obviously proud of his body, isn't he? Which annoys me. If he had my body, he wouldn't do it.
Because if he had your body, yeah. I don't know whether he'd be playing there.
Well, because I get changed like I'm an old woman on the beach. With, like, a towel up, kind of like that. So I find that sort of quite offensive when people sort of go, oh, is the camera still on?
Yeah. I don't think he physically looks that impressive, Andy Murray. That always strikes me as like Nadal is like.
Why does he take his top off?
Yeah.
He doesn't do it during the game.
What, has he actually got
afterwards? It's not in the middle of a point, just woo! Like that. He waits and then takes it off.
If it goes for extra time, it's just in his pants.
I always think he looks a mess, because, like, Nadal is incredible. Like, he's just a physical Adonis. And Andy Murray looks like a heroin addict that's shoplifted a JD Sports. He's pathetic. And, like, when you see him next to Nadal is just the perfect man, because he's really strong. He's got these big pistons of arms, but then a really nice little boyish face, sort of very hamsterish features. Like, imagine if you were with Nadal, he'd be, like, 2 hours of, like, rampant, ferocious sex, and then afterwards, just make you Eggs Benedict.
Does anyone... Do you fancy a game of Who's Got a Crush on Nadal? Fancy a game? Oh, look, I've won. Let's have a look and see whether Wimbledon is one of the most talked about things this week. The most talked about thing this week? It's week 1 of Wimbledon. If Andy Murray is crowned Wimbledon champion, it'll be an incredible day for tennis, tinged only with the sadness that Federer, Nadal and Djokovic all dropped dead in the same tournament. Sean, Christian and Joe, what else have the nation been talking about?
The Greek economy, the bailout, the riots in Greece. They've been rioting about the austerity measures that are being imposed. And they couldn't control the rioters. I thought they'd have used the hummus cannon. Spray them with hummus, and in the sun it'd dry quickly and they'd be stuck like that. Taking a very light-hearted approach to that serious problem they've got in Greece.
Christian, you're like a proper grown-up newsreader. Tell us what's going on in Greece.
They're screwed, basically. I mean, they're...
Give it to us straight. Don't sugarcoat it for us.
Yeah, they've got massive debts that they can't service. And they need another bailout.
Have they thought of going to maybe Wonga.com?
How much do they owe?
Total debts are €355 billion.
355 billion?
Yeah.
There's got to be a point where you start opening your statements. And go, oh.
The thing is, if we bail them out, it might cost Britain about £1 billion. If they go bust, it'll cost Britain a hell of a lot more than that.
But he's not doing it, is he? He's having none of it, David Cameron. He's saying no.
He's saying no.
He's saying no.
Leave it, it's not worth it.
But then in another statement the next day, he said, maybe.
We should be a little bit wary as well of, like, dishing out the money too soon, because I've done a little bit of research, right? Eurovision Song Contest, Greece gave us 2 points. 2 points. They gave 12 points to Azerbaijan. So now they're coming here, oh, can we have a little bit of money? Well, how about you get your money off your best friend's Azerbaijan? You can't, because you don't know what Azerbaijan is. Well, you should have thought of that when you didn't give any points to Lee Ryan. Bitches. They should love Blue. Anthony Costa, he's Greek and he pissed on a cash machine. That sums up their country.
Money back though in the local community, because I've just been to Corfu, and at the bottom of the hill, the villa where we stayed, there was a little supermarket called Aphrodite Supermarket.
Right.
And she was charging £2.50 for a tin of baked beans.
Cheeky bitch!
At least they're all trying to get the money, claw it back.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm just going to check in with the man from Channel 4 News and see if... That sounds like they might be getting the money back. Yeah. Have you heard the latest? Because I don't know what... So, 355 billion. What's 355 billion minus... Was it £2.50?
No. I mean, you know there's other food in Greece other than beans. Like...
I didn't buy the beans. I just noticed
You didn't buy the beans, but they priced you out of buying beans.
Yeah, I just thought that is a liberty, Aphrodite.
That is a liberty. You can take the girl out of Walford, but you can't.
I think the Greeks have cooked the best food I've ever had. Have you had a gyros? It's like a kebab, but they put the chips in it and roll it up, and it's just... You've blown my mind. No one thought of that. They put the chips in it and then they roll it up.
I've never seen you this passionate.
Oh. Maybe you didn't look me in the eye anymore when we make love.
Final decision rests with John. John, should we bail out Greece?
I don't think we should, because I don't understand how a country can go bankrupt. I just don't... it's one of those things I want to see it happen, just to know what it looks like.
Well, it's £55 to get to Ireland. Go and have a look. Let's have a look and see whether Greece was one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, indeed. Yes, this is the news that Greece is facing economic meltdown. Economists have described the situation in Greece as hairy. So, no change there, then. Fingers on buzzers. One thing still to get.
Cheryl Cole did a message this week saying, oh, I'm so looking forward to going home and spending some time with my doggies. And apparently it turns out by doggies she means Ashley Cole's testicles. And then they said they're going to get back together because they're both getting a bit old and they want to have babies. We need to step in and go, no. Absolutely not.
Do you want to just take a moment and look down the camera and ask Cheryl Cole out?
If you're watching, Cheryl, I'll have a go. I'll give it a go.
She's incredible. I saw her at Royal Variety and she took my breath away. She's so beautiful. She was, like, even fitter than Nadal, and she was so sexy.
She's so small.
Petite.
She's not that small, though.
She is. She's really, really small, like, really tiny. I couldn't believe it.
She is testament to how far you can travel on looks, isn't she? I mean, if you're that beautiful, that's how far you can travel, because she's got no talent. I mean, there's tortoises with more talent than her. You can wedge a door open with a tortoise.
When Cheryl Cole got sacked from American X Factor, it divided the Channel 4 newsroom right down the middle as to whether it was a story for us or not. And
I bet Snow was all over it.
John was very anti.
Yeah.
We actually did a report that we were going to run. John was so angry about it that he didn't shut up on his interviews. So he talked the whole programme out, and we didn't have time to run the piece.
So that's because
he got his own way.
That's because he doesn't like Cheryl Cole, as he's more into Kimberly from Girls Aloud.
Yeah. Well, what do you make of this Cheryl Cole thing?
He wants to get back with her, right? That's right. He wants to get back.
I reckon.
Well, if he does, he says he's serious about it, and I thought, if you're serious about it, do what I did when I sort of tried to woo my missus. I bought, I made her dinner, chicken Kiev, but not normal chicken Kiev. Not the ones from Mark's. They're a bit more expensive.
Classy guy.
Yeah, they're about £4. But if he really wants her,
Yeah.
Yeah, you just spend a little bit more, do peas.
Yeah.
I'm no expert, but, I got her.
Did you do that romantic thing? Because I do a romantic thing with chicken Kiev, is I get the chicken Kiev and then I'll give her a straw, and me a straw, and we pierce the chicken Kiev and she sucks the fluid out together. Do you do that?
Yeah, until one of us, our eyes water.
Yeah. Then we're both sick.
Yeah. And then it's an early night.
Yeah. She's gone back into that house. Apparently she's gone back to the house where he's lived as a single man for a year. Imagine the DNA in there. He's probably got guttering around the bed.
I can tell you Cheryl Cole's not in the top 3. In a statement, Cheryl said, "I've had the weirdest past few weeks. I wouldn't even know how to begin to tell you all about it. Went to America, got fired, came home." It's not rocket science, is it, Pet? OK, fingers on buzzers, one more thing to get.
Government U-turns?
Oh, yes, yeah, they've done that again.
Government U-turn. There have been 2 government U-turns this week. There's the obvious U-turn over sentencing policy.
Because Ken Clark said we're going to halve sentences if you say you did it.
Yeah.
Which sounds like a reasonable offer. It's almost worth saying you did something.
Yeah. Well, Ken Clark's been dubbed by the Sun. They call him the paedophile's friend, which sounds like the strongest mint in the world. When you take your suck one, it clears your hard drive.
I can tell you it's not the U-turn on prison sentences. Have another guess.
Olympic tickets. I got my Olympic tickets.
You got
Did
them?
you?
Yeah, I got all my Olympic tickets. Cost me £28,000. I've got 12 tickets for the 100 metres final. Just me.
Are you just going to...
I'm not going to leave them empty. I'm just going to lie down. I'm taking a couple of dogs with me. And my blind nan. And I did get a couple of Olympic tickets, actually.
What did you get tickets to?
I got 2 tickets for weightlifting, one of the big finals, they had the real super heavyweights, and I got Greco-Roman wrestling. Oh. Quite sort of macho. I wanted gymnastics, couldn't get any of those.
Is that because you're on a register?
No.
I'm worried about finding the events as well. They're holding the shooting in Hackney. Now, if you ask around Hackney for a shooting, you're getting met with a wall of silence. Like, have you seen the shooting? I ain't heard nothing, bro.
The cabbies are already threatening to go on strike because they're not going to be allowed to use certain lanes. I think it's more news if cabbies are excited about something. Like if you got in a cab and a cabbie went, "All right, mate, yeah, really looking forward to the Olympics. Only be a bit of traffic, but it's a global event, so you've got to look behind the traffic and chat."
That's how you talk.
Me? Yeah. Me or my husband, who's a cab driver, and my dad and my brother, do they all talk like that? All right, mate. No.
Guys, you just said that in your voice. Is everyone in your family a cab driver?
Yeah.
My granddad was a cab driver. He claimed to fame as he said he drove through the Blitz. I remember thinking to myself, who was driving around with a light on during the Blitz?
Let's have a look and see whether the Olympics is one of the most talked about things this week. So those were the most talked about stories this week. But in other news, congratulations to Rory McIlroy, who won the US Open. Normally, when a golfer takes a shot and they think it might hit someone, they shout 4. But Rory's from Northern Ireland, so he phones ahead with a coded warning. Well, at the end of that, I can tell you that John's team have 1 point, Sean's team have 2 points. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Patsy and Jack, pick a question.
I think we're going to have to go for the full English breakfast.
Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The beans, they're too expensive for me, though.
OK, here's your related question. What does the British nation prefer, the Queen or a full English breakfast?
To eat?
Yeah.
It's a weird question to get asked, isn't it?
It's the sort of thing some nutcase at a bus stop would can't go, do you like the Queen or fry up? Queen or fry up now! Queen or fry up now! I make my own shoes.
I can't think I've ever woken up hungover and thought, God, I need a picture of the Queen. People don't like the Queen anyway.
Yes,
I mean,
they
really...
do.
Not as much as sausage.
The Queen is massive now.
The Queen is massive now.
Yeah, the Queen... I don't think the
You're
Queen's
getting
ever been
slightly more
popular.
street, aren't you? The Queen is massive now.
We've just had the royal wedding and all of that. The Queen is hugely popular.
They still would prefer a fry-up.
I met the Queen once, and she came up to me and she said, and what do you do?
But
Were you
to
on the
Queen.
news at the time? That's a
I
real
was.
slam.
No, I said, oh, I do the news on Channel 4, and she said, oh, I don't watch Channel 4.
Fuck you, lady. Fuck you. I'm livid. You don't ever watch Channel 4?
She doesn't
I'm not
watch-
buying stamps anymore. I'm going to send everything DHL. I have no interest in your operation.
She's never seen Come Dine With Me.
I bet she watched Big Fat Gypsy Weddings. And she thought, you know, the most of them are pixelated. She thought that's what they look like. Channel 4 must have used up their entire pixelation budget on that show. Well, this is John Joe, and he's worried about compromising his scrap metal business.
Well, I don't know. The Queen's quite similar. I reckon she would have watched Big Fat Gypsy Wedding because it's just, you know, people that don't really do
Everyone
anything.
watched that, didn't they?
They
sort
did
of
a royal
they
one.
live off the state and they're interested in horses. It's basically the same as her.
I don't personally, I'll come out and say I don't like the Queen. I think it's absurd that we have a Queen. Basically what we're saying is that we're no more sophisticated than bees. Bees have a queen, and their queen actually does something. Lays eggs, and is massive. Their queen is about 20 times bigger than them. So you go, fair enough, you can be queen. You're 50 times bigger than us, and you lay eggs. Our queen just doesn't even open doors.
They always say, when people, like, a royal bashing, they always say it's like, it's a tourist attraction, the royal family brings in loads through tourism. And I sort of thought, he's a tourist attraction, but he's not a great one. Like, Alton Towers, that's a really good tourist attraction. I want to see Buckingham Palace of Adventures. I want to see the Queen in a bikini with a water slide. I want to see Charles offering kids rides on Camilla down the beach. It's not good enough.
OK, so what are you going to go for?
I think we've got to go full English. Yeah, we've got
You're
to go
going full English. OK. Sean, what are you going to go for?
I'll say this. Most people go full English, but then vegetarians wouldn't. But most vegetarians, I reckon, don't like the Queen.
That's probably
True, isn't it? Because they're all bloody commies, aren't they?
You have overthought this spectacularly.
So it's hard. But I'll go full English.
You're going full English. I can tell you the answer is 77% of Brits prefer a full English breakfast to the Queen. Wow! Yeah. Of course, the modern full English breakfast consists of a packet of fags, a WKD, Twix, and the morning after pill. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Best thing to do if the world is about to end?
I'd go to the Canal Museum. Couldn't die without going there.
Yeah. Have you not been?
No, it's on my to-do list, though, before the world, you know.
Seems quite achievable.
Yeah, I've got a lot of things on at the moment, though.
Christian, what would you do if the world was about to end?
I'd take a picture, capture the moment.
For four?
Like that.
The world's about to end, smile.
I'd gather my children round me and I'd say, and you're my favourite.
Mine's just really sanctimonious. I think I would do all my admin and tidying and just sit in the middle of the living room and go, finished.
I'd stop people having sex.
How?
If I'm not going to have any, they're not. Push them apart. I spend the next hour stopping. Oi!
You should prepare what you're going to say to the devil, shouldn't you? Like, I'm going to prepare, I'll say, hello, Jimmy.
And I'm going to say we've been expecting you.
Because we're all going to hell.
Yeah, but I hear it's a dry heat.
I love those people that predict the end of the world, and they're like that guy that did it recently and got it wrong.
He says it's now going to be in October this year.
Oh, is it? Oh, shit. I'm meant to be on holiday.
Shit, and the Canal Museum's closed June through September.
If there wasn't a canal museum, what would you do if the world was about to end, Joe?
Oh, I'd have a cigarette in a pub. I'd probably get told off, though, you know what I mean? No, you can't do that in here. It's last day.
Yeah.
Number 10 is apologise to everyone you've wronged. I don't know how much notice we get. I'd need a lot.
What's number 1, though?
You said smoking in the pub. You're very close with that.
Go for a pint.
That is close enough. I can tell you, yeah, the best thing to do if the world is about to end is to get drunk. If you wake up in a post-apocalyptic hellhole of despair and misery, the world has just ended. Or you've come to in a Wetherspoon's toilet. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means John's team have 2 points, Sean's team have 4 points, which means Sean's team are tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's all from us. Good night.
To be wild, it's Sean Walsh and their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, the only way is Essex, it's Amy Childs. Northern Rock, it's Sarah Milliken. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Ginny Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, a new report claims 99% of fish could be wiped out in a mass extinction. On the plus side, that will make it much easier to find Nemo. Incredibly, a quarter of the human brain is used just to control the eyes. Don't look at the cleavage, don't look at the cleavage, don't look at the cleavage, don't look at the cleavage. Wow, what a cleavage. And you're back in the room. And in the UK, 61% of adults are now clinically obese. The problem is so bad that the minimum requirement to get on embarrassing bodies now is 25 stone, 2 fannies and hairy teeth. You would make it. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation, and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John's team, you ought to go first. What do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
Well, one of the things that's affecting my world is all the sadness of all the high street shops closing. So I think that's probably one of the things. So Habitat going, and Thornton's going, and Jane Norman, and all these shops, and it's very depressing. It's sad. And I used to work at Habitat.
You used to work at Habitat?
I used to sell sofas at Habitat.
Did you?
Not very well, clearly.
It's gone downhill because I left. Ah. So all these shops are closing down, and it's very sad, other than the bitch that used to be my manager at Habitat who's now been sacked. Yes! Look at me now. Bollocks.
What if she's fat?
Sorry?
What if she's fat? And then you said, oh, look at me now. You should need to go and help her.
I'm a stylist, not a magician. She was a bitch.
Oh, no, you're dead!
out of 10 cuts? Just to slam an unemployed pensioner.
Good on you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, by the way, if you're watching... I'm going to kill your cats.
What are you doing? What is it? Oh, like,
Docs thing.
haters.
3 clicks.
You do that one?
You look a little bit special at the best of times. Let's get back to the high street. So the other ones have gone out of business. So Thornton's have gone out of business. Habitat have gone, as we said. Comet have gone. Carpet Right have gone. So Carpet Right are actually going to have a closing down sale because they've cried wolf quite a few times with the "we're having a sale." No, really, this is a good sale. But this time they mean it.
Carpet Right's one of those things. You just can't sell carpet because it's your brain just can't cope with seeing carpet like on the wall and in a book.
They should have carpet shoes, shouldn't they? So it's like a shoe. Put your foot into a piece of carpet and it fits like a shoe. Then you walk around. You look down. You go, "That's what it would look like, wouldn't it?" What do you think about that idea, Carpet Right? Is it too late?
Rebranding is the way to go. Like Mothercare's another one that's in trouble, and you just got to get another market in there. So you put like a tap of beer in there, and you just call it like MILFs Are Us.
Do you do much shopping on the high street?
Well, I don't shop in Thornton's because I don't eat chocolate. So
Don't matter that that's gone.
Don't matter.
It's 140 shops and 20,000 jobs. But yeah, don't worry about that. I don't think that one matters as much because you're not affected.
No, I used to love Jane Norman. I can't believe that's closing down.
Jane Norman, I couldn't get my tits in those clothes, so I'm quite glad it's shutting.
You've got a high street shop, haven't you, Amy?
My friend does. But she's on the show, The Only Way is Essex.
The Only Way is Essex?
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that, actually. It's not the only way. There's a better way. But you own a tallying salon, don't you?
I do vajazzles. Basically, for the show, I do vajazzles, and they come in and tell me all their life stories. Why don't you come down? Why don't you have a vajazzle?
Why don't I come down? Because I don't have a vagina. Is it called a pajazzle when a boy has it? This is when you put the... Oh, surely you should call it glitter balls.
That as well. I don't do that.
What's a vajazzle?
They take a twinkle cave...
Twinkle cave.
And they decorate around the top of the twinkle cave with a few little shiny things, Sean. It's delightful.
And it's called vajazzle.
What? No, I don't understand. They decorate it?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Why?
You know, because sometimes when you look at one, you go, oh, it's a bit dull, isn't it?
Well, you see what you can do? You can do them at home. I'm sure yours are much better, but you can do it at home where you just put a bit of, like, Pritt stick on. Glitter on, but you always have to do it over like a bit of newspaper so you can get back into the thing because it's expensive.
Could you do it with like? Could you use dried pasta and stuff and lentils as well?
Have you ever seen Amy? Have you ever seen? Because you're on The Only Way is Essex. Have you ever seen Geordie Shore?
I've not watched it yet.
Have you not seen it?
No,
you know
I've not
Sarah's
watched
like
it.
the big star in it. She's like... she's sort of like the equivalent of you.
I can't believe I've not watched it yet.
It's horrific, don't watch it.
Imagine if someone from Essex and someone from Newcastle mated.
Make a scouser.
Yeah.
Let's have a look and see whether the high street is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, this is the news that several high street stores face closing. Clinton Cards is in trouble, so I popped into Hallmark to get them a sorry you're closing card. Forsyth, what else do you think is in our top three?
Glastonbury.
Glastonbury?
Yeah.
Right, what have they been saying?
Beyonce at Glastonbury. It was all over Twitter.
What, did you see it? Did you like it?
No, I didn't go.
You didn't go?
But everyone was talking about it. It was all over Twitter, everything.
Have you ever been to a festival?
I've been to V Festival.
Was it
I was supposed to camp for 3 days, but I lasted a night. So I didn't go Glastonbury.
I dream of lasting a night.
sure we're talking about the same thing. Have you ever been to Glastonbury, Sean?
Yeah, I stopped going, though, because I did the maths one year, and mathematically, Glastonbury doesn't make sense. Because there's 137,000 people, and I think there's 3,200 toilets, which means it's 42 people per toilet. Doesn't sound that bad, but if you had 42 people staying at your house, one toilet, and they're all vegetarians, and you're number 38... Basically, the Glastonbury is the Somme with Biffy Clyro playing, isn't it?
Doc, did you go to Glastonbury? Did you watch any of Glastonbury?
No, do you know what? The whole festival thing... I mean, well, number one, I don't like nature, full stop. I like concrete, I like shops. But I went to one festival once, and actually, it was V Festival as well, and I think I lasted about 2 hours and then just had to go. I couldn't bear it. It was dirty, it was sweaty, everyone stunk, there was no shops, I couldn't use my credit card, couldn't use my hairdryer. It was awful, hated everything.
You brought a hairdryer?
I took my hairdryer, hoping to plug it in somewhere, but hated it and just left.
Isn't it a farm the rest of the year? So is there, like, some kind of exchange programme? So if your friend, you know, goes to Glastonbury, you have to have a cow at their house. Is that how... What happens to the animals the rest of the time?
What happens to the animals? They go on holiday.
Oh. Do they?
Yeah, to a big sort of shed thing with loads of spinning knives. Wayne Rooney went, didn't he, with Colleen?
Yeah.
When they went.
Do you think he knew he was there?
Yeah, I don't think he's ever seen a tent before. He probably thought they're called shell suit houses.
Have you met Wayne?
No.
Do you like him?
I don't watch football. I'm a big fan of Colleen, though. I think she's brilliant.
Yeah, she is brilliant.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, that's unquestionable. That is... Let's just park that as a fact. She is brilliant.
The way she manages to walk about and spend money. Genius.
So, did you watch any of that?
I watched a bit of Beyonce. I was more alarmed that it looked like she'd forgotten her skirt. It did just look like she had big pants on and then she'd gone out. Like, you know, when you go to school and you forget your PE kit. She started doing it in her pants instead.
Do you think she turned up at Glastonbury and had to do it in her pants because she forgot her kit?
That's what I think happened.
Jay-Z went, well, you're doing it in your kit, we're not going back.
I went to V Festival and I dressed up so much. I had high heels, I had cowboy boots on, I had like really nice shorts on, but I really dressed up, like full face of makeup. Everyone was in like wellies and everything.
Had you come as a half-peeled banana? Well, I can tell you it's not one of the most talked about stories this week. I love Beyoncé, a breakout artist. I love the way she's fused hip-hop and R&B with a sassy self-assurance that's empowering and self-confident. I love her sense of style and the way she's constantly reinventing her image. I love her music, her lyrics, dedication and single-mindedness. But most of all, I love her arse. Justin, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Is it yesterday's strike action?
So
all the teachers are on strike and they didn't know what to do, which seems... Because when the firemen go on strike, they get the army in. Just do that in schools. Teachers send the army into schools.
What, just hose down the kids? Sorry, there's been a terrible mix-up.
They'd certainly sort out the discipline, and I imagine they would learn stuff. 2 + 2 is 4. Sir, yes, sir. Scaring the crap out of them. How was your day, Oliver? You don't know, 'cause you weren't there, man.
Well, what do you think, Em?
Well, I went to private school, so I never did go... Like, my teacher never went on strike, so...
You went to private school?
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't a waste of money. When you say private school, were you a boarder? Because I think I've seen this DVD.
Very funny. Do you know what, though? And I got head girl as well. I was head girl.
You were head girl?
Head girl.
This is the same...
It's not just teachers, it's passport control officers as well. They want to go on strike. Well, what they should do is let them go on strike and get the baggage handlers in to do it for them. So you could give them, the baggage handlers, your passport and they go, yeah,
Is that your laptop?
So this is the strikes that went on. 750,000 people went on strike. Teachers, civil servants and public sector workers.
And the people who answer 999 calls. We should have checked that couldn't happen, shouldn't we? You can't be phoning up and they've just got someone in. She's like, yeah, what do you want? Ambulance. Brenda, what number for an ambulance is it? 2. He's gone. He's gone.
I used to take 999 calls. I used to work for BT.
But you got, no offence here, but you are what I would describe as a chatty Cathy.
A chatty what?
Chatty Cathy.
Are you flirting?
No, you're quite a chatty man. So when someone phones up and goes, please fire ambulance, I imagine you would go, what's happened? Tell me everything. He's done what? I'll send him round. Yeah, no, the firemen are busy. They're coming round here. Let's have a look and see if the strikes are up there. Yes, of course. Yes, 750,000 teachers, civil servants and public sector workers didn't go to work yesterday in the largest day of strike action since the 1980s. I feel a bit bad. I've got a friend who's a part-time teacher. Well, they're all part-time. Sean's team, what else do you think the nation will be talking about this week?
Wimbledon.
Oh, yeah.
Wimbledon?
Yeah.
Go on, what are you excited by it? Do you like it?
Not really. I like that when people watch Wimbledon, they all go out and play tennis, don't they? You know, so it's like when I watch a cookery programme, it makes me want to eat. You know? Like if I watch a sad programme, it makes me want to eat. Programmes about weddings and that. Just eat.
Fridge is quite close to the telly, isn't it?
Close enough, unfortunately, but I've got one of those grabby things that pensioners have, so it's chunky.
What do you make of Wimbledon? Do you like Wimbledon?
Don't really watch it, but I've got to tell you, I'm actually a professional table tennis player. I'm actually I was number 2 in Essex.
How do you serve? Because I think I've seen this in Thailand. So what level are you at table tennis?
I'm professional, I'm really good.
What, you're a professional?
Yeah.
Who pays you to play and what do you wear when playing?
Well, I played when I was about 13 to 16. That's when I didn't discover boys or makeup or, you know, the Sugar Hut. But I was really good.
The Sugar Hut? Is that a euphemism or?
It's a nightclub. I can't believe you've not been Sugar Hut.
I thought it was a sweet shop and I got quite excited.
What do you think of Wimbledon? Do you like it, Gog?
Do you know what? I don't really watch... I kind of do watch it. It's one of those sports that if it's on, I'll watch a little bit, but I don't really follow it unless it's raining and the boys are wearing very small white shorts. Everybody goes very serious. Sometimes Lopez is fit, you get it. So.
Good to know, if you're watching Lopez.
This is like hearing what Sue Barker wants to say. How many years are we going to have a roof before it's not exciting? Whereas it just literally is. Is the roof on? Yeah.
What I don't understand is, why can't they play tennis in the rain? Just get on with it. The ball's wet, they slip around, it's funnier. Why can't they play it in the rain? It's like
you
cricket.
can play in a bit of light rain, it's fine.
Yeah, but why can't they play in heavy rain? Why don't they just play on if it's pissing down? It's all just play the bloody game, get on with it.
You can make racket umbrellas. That's what they do, so you can like that and quickly use it.
Well, let's have a look and see whether Wimbledon is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, indeed, the most talked about thing this week. Us British, we're not great at tennis, so holding the best tennis competition in the world here in Britain is ridiculous. It's like, I don't know, hosting the World Cup in Qatar. At the end of that round, I can tell you that Sean, Sarah and Amy have 1 point. John, Gok and Sean have 2 points. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. OK, Sean's team, what do you like the look of?
Keyboard. We like the look of the keyboard, Jimmy.
You like the look of the keyboard?
Consensus amongst me and the girls.
In a poll to find out who people would turn to for advice, Google, the internet search engine, came second. What came first?
Don't know, it's not written there. I've never really had any great advice. I mean, a couple of good bits of advice from my dad. He said, never drink in a pub with a flat roof. Good advice, you think about it. They're usually on the edges of council estates.
No offence, Amy.
like to get punched in a pub with a flat roof, aren't you? There's a higher chance of you getting hit.
There's a pretty good chance of me being hit in any given pub.
I think if you walk in like that saying, my father warned me against this, but I shall have a Cinzano and lemonade and give you a chance.
Who do you go to for advice? When something bad happens, when something happens in your life, there's a crisis, who do you go to?
My mum.
And what does she say?
Google it.
I think it's got to be family, because I would definitely go to Mama and Papa Wan every single time for advice.
Mama and Papa?
Mama and Papa Wan.
Oh, that sounds adorable.
Yeah, they are adorable.
Do you phone them up for just advice on like, personal stuff, or is
Well,
it like...
I tend to talk to Mama Wan first, because I can't understand my dad, because he talks in very broken English still, which is...
A little bit racist, cock?
A little bit racist. But it's a little bit. But it's true, but honestly, to this day...
You never communicated with your dad?
We do. But my dad is one of these immigrants that came over to the country. Social immunity, I'm allowed to say this. He's one of these immigrants that came over, and when he came over, he couldn't speak English, and my mum taught him to speak English because they fell in love. And then over his life, he's lived here since he was 16. He's about 102 now. So he's been here most of his life. And so he must be able to talk good English. But he's really... As soon as he doesn't want to listen to a word we're saying, we'll say, you know, Dad, how are you? We'll just go, oh... Or I'll turn around to my dad and I'll say, you know, Dad, this has happened in my life, or, you know, this has happened, I really need some advice. And he'll go, who are you? This is the honest truth. He becomes really racist about himself and refuses to talk in English.
You've got comedians watching you on going, you know we can't possibly join in on any of this. I've got one. Does he sometimes say this?
He's amazing. I love my dad.
So you would go to your parents for advice?
I always go to my parents for advice.
I'm going to give it to you, because the answer is the person Brits turn to most for advice is a parent. Well done. So people are more likely to go to a parent for advice than ask Google. I'm not sure how comfortable I'd be with shouting, Mum, Mum, have you got any topless shots of Megan Fox? And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Top thing that makes someone posh.
How they speak.
How they speak. You think that's what makes someone posh?
100%.
I think it's more that you can always, nearly, with a real posh person, you could always see their teeth. I was thinking a really posh person looks like a normal person halfway through a sneeze, like...
Posh people always have their pasta kept in like see-through jars. They want to show you their pasta. They go, look, spaghetti, look. I don't give a shit. What have you done? You've taken it out of the packet and put it in another packet. You're wasting your time.
Like it's a special treasure.
Yeah.
Sarah, what do you think makes someone posh?
Men wear coloured trousers.
What's that about?
Yeah, not just like beige or black or jeans. That's
like red,
yeah,
green,
yeah.
green. Who's wearing green trousers?
And also, posh people, they don't know how to put on a jumper, do they? They get a jumper and they go, oh, bloody... Oh, I'll just put it over my shoulder.
Posh people, so they don't do their hair, do they, really? I noticed that.
Posh people don't do their hair?
No, not really. Like, it's all messy and, like, skew-whiff, isn't it?
What about Lord Walsh over there?
Order!
The question is, top thing that makes someone posh.
A swimming pool's bigger than their gene pool.
So who's the poshest person you've met? Who's the poshest?
You?
I'm not that posh. I come across, I think, as a little bit posh, but I'm not.
That's posh. I'm not actually that posh.
I'm just fucking Slough. I can't be that posh. I've just got very good diction. I'd stab you as soon as fucking look at you. OK, so top thing that makes someone posh, it's to do with your childhood.
Public school.
That's the right answer. Yes, the top thing that makes someone posh is going to private school. I went to a fairly posh single-sex school, but I never really fitted in. I guess partly it's because I'm male and partly because I was 37 when they found me. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Sarah and Amy have 2 points. John, Gok and Sean have 3 points, which means John's team are tonight's winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune into 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, the bare necessities, it's Bear Grylls. Newcastle Clown, it's Chris Ramsey. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, blonde bombshell, Patsy Kensit. Geordie for sure, it's Sarah Milliken. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, on average, British men spend £1,412 on an engagement ring? They would have spent less, but the grabby metal crane game at the fun fair kept losing its grip. 33% of Brits think Mount Everest is in Europe, which I'm guessing means it isn't. Bloody idiots. And 1 in 5 Brits has sent a racy text message to the wrong person. I once wrote an explicit text to my girlfriend's mum, but somehow I sent it to my girlfriend by mistake. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. John, Sarah, Patsy, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Oh, it's the end of the world. It's the end of the news of the world. They're closing the news of the world just in case the allegations are true. It's a bit of a clue that they might be. It's a bit like saying, I can't be sure my flatmate was lying when he said he didn't drink the last of the milk, but I have had him killed anyway. But it's good news, isn't it? End of the news of the world.
It's always a bit dodgy when you walk in a newsagent and all of the newspapers have got the same story apart from one that's headline just says, look over there.
The thing is, it's got to a point now where paedophiles watching this scandal unfold can take the moral high ground. What I did was wrong, but I didn't phone up dead soldiers' parents. You know, that's how bad it is, and I think that they had no choice but to get rid of the news of the world. No choice but for it to go. But what's odd is that none of the editors are being sacrificed. And it's a bit weird, these editors who said, I didn't know anything about this. It's a bit like a butcher holding up a leg of lamb and going, what, they killed a sheep? I had no idea! This is disgusting!
Patsy, now, you've been in the tabloids a lot over the years. Have the news of the world ran stories about you?
Well, I stopped buying the papers about 15 years ago because...
Did you run out of money?
Yeah, I did generally stop because you can't start your day like that, you know, because it's... Even if it's not true or it's got some semblance of truth, it's not, you know, it's not healthy.
When it was famous people, when it was, you know, Sienna Miller and it was Jude Law, I think everyone sort of think, well, it's OK, that's the game that they're in.
Yeah.
When it's bereaved families and the families of soldiers, people go, well, they can fuck off. The question is how far.
Well, I think you put that very succinctly, and I can't really add to that, you know.
So how pleased are you today is really what I'm getting at.
I mean, it's, as you say, it's a dark day, I guess, for you know.
It's a dark day for evil journalists.
Jimmy, I'm trying to be, you know, diplomatic about it. I mean, it's awful and it's right, but,
Don't be diplomatic. They shut it down. Fuck them. There's no news to do. So what do you think about Andy Coulson being arrested this morning?
It's an astonishing fall from grace for him because he was the Prime Minister's press secretary. Within a year, he's potentially going to court. And then the fun begins. If they've arrested him, then they have to do Rebecca Brooks as well. Because if he's as implicated as she is, so she has to be arrested as well. Unless there's some kind of old law on the statute books about ginger women. It's a funny old statute. A ginger woman is allowed to hack into your phone if she's a mile from St Paul's Cathedral. Incredible, we've discovered this old law.
Rebecca Brooks, there's already footage of her in the inquiry last time. They said, did you pay the police? And she went, yeah. And no one did anything then. I mean, how far do you have to go where she's on camera in front of an inquiry set up to find out whether she paid the police? Going, yeah, I paid the police, yeah. I paid them loads of money and they told me loads of stuff. And they went, oh, well, off you go and carry on being a dickhead.
Cameron as well, Cameron's involved in it. He had dinner at Christmas, and they won't say...
He had dinner at Christmas? The man's a monster!
No, Jimmy, I hadn't finished the sentence. So you're the one looking stupid now.
I have no idea. I'm sorry, Sean.
He had dinner at Christmas in a tutu. He was wearing a tutu, and he was riding a pig.
Stop it.
Yeah, flying a kite. So there, so I win. No, he had dinner at Christmas with James Murdoch and Rebecca Brooks. But they won't say whether it was Christmas lunch or not, which is quite significant lunch to have with someone, isn't it, of that power, just when this deal was about to go through. But they said they won't reveal whether it was Christmas Eve, Christmas Day or Boxing Day, which just sounds so shady, doesn't it? Why would you say, where did you spend Christmas? Well, I can't reveal that. I feel it would suggest I'm a bit too close to my family, and I don't want people to know that. But I don't know why they called it the news of the world anyway, because the last thing they were interested in was news from around the world. The only thing they were interested in was tits and bums and who's been near them.
I liked it.
Don't you think the people who used to buy it for the tits would always say that they were buying it for the news, but now you're better off saying that I only buy it for the tits.
It's been shit for years, though, hasn't it? They've been hacking people's phones and going to every depth, and they still it's just crap. Like, and the reason it's crap is because people buy it because they give away good stuff. Like, if this weekend, if they said, we're sorry for what we did, but basically we've got Macaulay Culkin back to do another Home Alone film, and it's free in the news of the world, forgive and forget. Time to move on.
And if they offered everybody who'd been hacked £10 top-up on their phone? Come on. The last one, though, what's the headline going to be of the last one this Sunday? Something really innocent, like, British plum growers report bumper harvest. See pages 4 to 9.
No, man, without any advertising, it's going to be a postcard on Sunday. It's literally going to be all the advertisers have pulled out. They've all gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even EasyJet have took the moral high ground. A company that... Imagine that. A company that primarily just fires slags across Europe.
I think the people who'd be most pleased about this are footballers, because they can have a lie-in on a Sunday morning now. When the news of the world was around, they used to have to get up and get down the shops and buy every copy before their wife woke up.
I feel a bit sorry for Ryan Giggs. He must have got so used to having people around him all the time, and he'll wake up tomorrow morning and just be nobody outside his house. Hello? I'm still an arsehole.
Let's have a look and see whether the news of the world is one of the most talked about things this week. Of course. The news of the world have a massive scoop this Sunday, and they're going to use it to fill their paper with shit. Sean Steen, what else are the nation be talking about this week?
Kate and... Well, I don't know why they are, but apparently Kate and Wills have been in the news because they went to Canada. Yeah.
What do you mean, woo?
The thing is that this country gets kind of semi-enthusiastic about it, but America go... I mean, it's crazy, crazy news over there. It's like the front of every magazine and... Huh?
America and Canada are different.
You sound exactly the same, Pet.
It's such a boring story. You've got the two most boring people in the world go to the most boring country. I'm sorry, but Canada is boring. Even their transvestites are women. That's how boring it is.
But I liked it, there was the Canadian pop star who didn't call him the Duke of Cambridge, she called him the douche of Cambridge.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And then and apparently William looked at her, laughed. Yeah. You can imagine him going, cut off her head.
Yeah.
He's so dull, he wouldn't. What he'd do is just goes, oh, I don't know. When you see Kate and Woods, you watch, I was thinking, kick a moose or something. Kick a moose. Be rude to an Inuit, piss up against a totem pole, do something. Watching them, I just think...
You're wrong, they've got so many Brits who do all of that. It's good that somebody kind of, you know, they do it right.
I'm with Sean, I miss Prince Philip on these trips.
Yeah, I do.
It's like £1 million it costs to get them over there. £1 million to go to Canada. For £1 million, I'd want to be paintballing on the moon.
Paintballing on the moon would be difficult.
You spoil everything.
They've had to make up stuff for them to do because them doing normal things isn't. They went to meet a tribe called the Micmac tribe, which is obviously made up. What these guys, they make their own mints. So what you need to do is get a tic-tac-knick-knack from the Micmac.
Micmac sounds like they're half Irish, half Scottish, doesn't it?
I tell you, they're heavy drinkers.
He even landed a plane on a lake, and he made that look dull.
But they said it was amazing that he landed a plane on a lake because there's only a handful of British people can actually do that. I think, yeah, because we haven't all got helicopters. It was a helicopter, wasn't it? We haven't all got lakes or helicopters. You know, I can reverse park a Micra.
They had a holiday during the middle of this tour. I was thinking, when they have a holiday, how do they know they're having a holiday? What's the difference between holiday and work? The only difference is, at the end of the day, when they're working, they go, oh, bloody hell, I'm really tired of unveiling stuff. My unveiling finger's really... Oh, if I have to lift another tiny little flag over a plaque.
That's the other thing as well. They're praising them for doing ordinary. Oh, it's amazing how Kate, she just went up to this girl and talked to her. As if she was like another human being that spoke the same language. It's amazing.
You can't talk to girls, John, so...
That's why we put the two girls on your team. We thought we'd give you a chance. We've paid women to talk to you.
I've done that.
OK, let's have a look and see if it's up there. Yes, this week, Kate and William have toured Canada. Prince William is a dashing helicopter pilot, a mega-rich heir to the throne with a beautiful wife who commands the affection of an entire nation. If you're watching William, I have to admit, you're better than me in almost every conceivable way. Well done, Baldy.
He is receding literally by the hour, isn't it? You can just see it as you're going...
He's unveiling his head.
OK, one more story to get. Fingers on buzzers.
Harry Potter.
Ooh, are you excited about it?
Well, my youngest son is. I mean, I'm excited for him, but... yeah, I mean, it's nice, good, clean fun, right?
You say it's clean, but there's a raunchy kiss.
Apparently so, yeah. Apparently.
Emma Watson says this is the most anticipated kiss in history, which is bullshit.
But it's such a huge obsession for people. I mean, I took my youngest son, we went to Universal Studios, and you can kind of get your head around it when it's like an 11-year-old wanting to wear the, you know, Hogwarts cape and the tie and buying the wand and getting on the ride with all the gear. I mean, it's a bit weird, but, you know, you've got grown-up people. I mean, there's a certain type of person that goes to theme parks as a grown-up on their own, I think. It's
Pedo.
But there's these adults in all the gear, and they're screaming and shouting on the ride, because you sit on a bank of, like, 4, one extra than this, and they're, you know, these grown-ups are going, yeah, man, oh, let's go, come on, Harry, and you're looking at these people thinking, why? I mean, it's just the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's a real come-down for the actors, though, isn't it? Because their lives are not going to be as glamorous, you know, because the special effects in Panto aren't that great. So we're going, Daniel, when you fly, Big Dave's going to pull on the rope. And you have to make the whooshing noise yourself. OK, so Big Dave... He's going to spend that 48 million, and in 20 years' time, he's with the Chuckle Brothers and Daniel Radcliffe.
of was asked what advice he would give to his younger self, and he said, "Don't try too hard to be something you're not," which is the essence of acting.
Okay, if I could go back and talk to my younger self, I'd say, don't worry about anything. In the future, you invent a time machine.
It is bad news for British industry, because one of the things you have to credit J.K. Rowling with, she insisted the films be made in this country. So all those films, largely, British crew worked on them, British production houses.
Well, maybe she should write another. She should string it out a bit. That would be a good thing.
No, she didn't. You know she didn't write it, don't you? You know that, don't you?
Is it?
It's a biography. She met this guy called Harry Potter. He was working in a coffee shop, and she just basically she wrote down his life story.
Is it really a true?
Yeah, it's true story. Even the bit at the end.
The bit with the thing with the guy?
Yeah, you know how he dies from the eats the peanut? It turns out all along he had a peanut allergy.
Let's have a look and see what Harry Potter is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, the premiere for the final Harry Potter film was last night. The baddie in Harry Potter is referred to as he who must not be named, presumably because he's shagging Ryan Giggs' sister-in-law. So the other round, Sean, Bear and Chris have 1 point. John, Patsy and Sarah have 2. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Bear and Chris, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
Well, we've got Bear Grylls on, so we'll go for the man trying to start a fire.
OK, here is your question. Most people believe they could survive alone for a week in the wilderness. True or false?
They probably believe it, but they probably wouldn't.
Yeah, but I would.
I've watched nearly all of your shows. I am genuinely a massive fan. I've watched nearly all your shows, and it seems like nothing can't be solved by drinking your own piss.
It's very overrated, drinking your own pee.
All right,
The worst one I had was I'd killed this snake in the desert and I skinned it, and I thought I'd pee inside the skin and keep it as like a water bottle around my neck. And then about a day later, after being kind of in the heat of the desert, and I drank it, and it was like mix all the snake innards, and I thought this really is a bad cocktail.
Drinking your own urine is meant to be good for you. Nonsense. I put my back out.
My favourite episode of your show was when you literally just got out of your helicopter, but you got out of it, you walked down the hill, you found some bear poo, and you got a bit of apple out of it. And you went, oh, yeah, apple. And you washed it with your water. And you ate it immediately. I thought, you've just got off your helicopter! How are you already home? Put it in your bag!
Chris, if you think that's bad, have a look at this.
In hot climates, if you try to walk in the heat of the day with no water, you may last no more than 4 hours. But if it's a choice between life and death, there's a survival trick I was shown by an old ranger. One thing you can do if you're stuck out here with no water source at all is actually drink the fluid from a fresh elephant dung. Pretty disgusting, but it could save your life. It's a real last resort. There can be harmful bacteria in that water, but if you have nothing else to drink, it could buy you extra time.
The worst bit was when that lump actually did drop off, and then that wasn't meant to happen.
That was the worst bit about drinking the dung water.
It was the ranger who told me this, but I always think of the ranger. I bet he's seen it now on TV and go, that idiot, you believe me?
It seems like an unnecessary step. I've actually written a survival book. And it's real. The unique feature about my survival book is it's edible. There you go. Day 1, eat page 1. Eat page 2. Page 9, don't eat this, it's poisonous. And,
You never seem to make any puddings. That's what always bothers me. Well, I understand that you can, eat a squirrel or whatever, or, suck something's poo, but there's nothing similar to angel delight, is there?
What's the worst thing you've eaten to stay alive?
The worst is probably raw goat's testicles, or actually, no, big yak eyeballs was bad. No, actually, the camel intestinal fluids from a camel intestines, that was the worst.
I think the eyeball would be worse for me because he'd be looking at you.
being difficult to get down. The amazing thing is, it doesn't really digest, so when it comes out the other end, if it's a, you know, it's...
What wouldn't you do then? Would you, like those guys that went down, the plane went down in the Andes and they had to eat each other, would you eat another human being to stay alive?
What a question, you know. I mean, you know, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean,
you definitely would.
Yes!
It's not a difficult question. I think most of us go, no, I wouldn't. I'd rather die. It's a difficult question if you're a maniac.
If I was with my kids and I died, I think I'd want my kids to eat me if it kept them alive.
OK, so what do you think? Most people think they could survive alone for a week in the wilderness, true or false?
Yeah, I think kind of people, are, you know, see it and they'd be excited to give it a go, so I think people would hope that they'd be able to survive.
OK, and what do you think?
I think yes.
I think most people would think that they could. I think true.
We think yes, true.
I can tell you the answer is true. 63% of people think they could survive for a week in the wilderness. If I was lost in the wilderness, I'd stay warm by shaking with fear, and I'd get water by drinking my own endless stream of tears. Easy. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Best way to mend a broken heart.
Kill again.
What you do is you can take your passport, go to the airport, you get on the first flight, you arrive in Leeds, you phone up and you go, I'm in Leeds! Yeah! Dream on, baby. You start again. If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere.
Best way to mend a broken heart.
Eat cholesterol-lowering foods.
No.
It's a practical survival guide.
Is it eat trifle with your hands?
Can I ask, in all seriousness, have you eaten trifle with your hands?
Yeah.
How is it better than with cutlery?
There wasn't any cutlery. It wasn't by choice, John.
How is there trifle and not cutlery? What world do you live in?
They'd got one, and I couldn't wait till I got in.
Finish it.
I got the most of it in.
There must be a point when you've kind of had enough and you're just covered in trifle and you've got half a trifle left. You think, oh no.
In the old days, someone to get over a broken heart would join the Foreign Legion to forget.
Yes.
And I split up with someone once. I wasn't that fussed, so I just became a community support officer. To forget, Brian.
Is it have sex with a much younger man? Just guessing.
I tried that, and if anything, it made it worse.
I'll give you a clue. You were quite close with the going to Leeds thing.
Find yourself, like, gap year, travelling, backpacking.
I'll give you that. Near enough, yes. Yes, the best way to mend a broken heart is to go on holiday. I remember I was heartbroken after my relationship with Keira Knightley ended. I guess it was my fault, because I was seeing Halle Berry behind Keira's back, and the stress of keeping both those relationships from Megan Fox got too much for me. So I went away on a little holiday, which my family booked for me using 2 doctors and a magistrate. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean's team have 3 points, John's team have 3 points, which means it's a draw. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and for all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's it from us. Good night.
On 8 out of 10 Cats, Great Scott, it's Lorraine Kelly. Give us a smile, it's Charlie Brooker. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, double trouble, it's Jedward. London calling, it's Mickey Flanagan. And their team captain, John Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 9% of men have beeped their car horn at a girl in the street? Well, they're not called hooters for nothing. 23% of Englishmen are overweight, and that 23% is hanging over their belt. And according to a survey, reading Mills and Boon books ruins your love life. Not true. You don't need to put the book down, love. I can work around it. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean, Mickey, Jedward, what do you think the nation have been talking about?
Okay, everyone's talking about loads of cool things.
Everyone's always talking.
There's always girls always gossiping about like stuff. So what do you think, John?
Okay.
What are people talking about?
Sean.
The Beckhams had a baby, another baby.
The Beckhams, yeah, had a little.
Come on, Victoria Beckham had a baby.
I think about, okay, she has a baby, okay, and she looks so like she's so thin. And then
I know she looked a little bit like a snake that had swallowed something.
No, I think she looks really, really well. I think Victoria Beckham, if you're watching this, which you obviously are, good job.
On the airplane, on the.
Do you know how babies are made?
I don't know. I think it's about like there's like an eagle that.
You missed that class in school.
You missed a lot of classes.
Yeah.
Although your school was different, it was mainly potato painting. Let's get back to the Victoria Beckham.
It's a caesarean, wasn't it?
Yeah,
she had a caesarean, which is typical Spice Girl. They always miming, aren't they?
She's had 4 caesareans.
Yeah, she
might as well just put a hinge.
There are very few things more boring than going to see someone's baby, though, isn't it? No, they say, oh, you've got to come round and see the baby. You think, oh, for fuck. And you go, yeah, it is one. You're all right. Yeah. Well done, you had a bunk up.
But it's the name. The names are very strange.
What do they,
Don't you think? It's just a really weird thing.
Seven.
Yeah.
Harper 7. Sounds like a robot butler. The news was suddenly full of sort of little stories saying, what does it mean? Like it's a competition and we're going to win a sort of golden rabbit that's been buried in a forest if you work it out. But if it's a contest that the Beckhams are setting, I don't think the clues are going to be very difficult. Wasn't the name 7 chosen? I thought it was chosen from the number 7 being on his shirt. So, I mean, if he was naming it after something on its shirt, it's lucky it wasn't called Beckham.
How did you come up with your name?
Jedward.
You didn't come up with your name, did you?
We didn't. Okay, everyone started calling us it.
The Sun came
No,
up with
our fans came up with our name.
News of the World came up with it.
You're not in Home Alone. Stop doing that.
No, okay, it's John and Edward, and they both come together. You didn't know.
Okay, as you guys know, okay, we met Barack Obama, okay, and he was like... Yeah.
You're joking.
Then shook Barack Obama's hand.
Yeah, like...
If anyone wants to touch it, you can.
Just out of his, why did you meet him?
We met the biggest world leader in the world, okay, and he was like, so what is Jedward? And we told him that it's John and Ed and you put together and it makes Jedward.
But why, was he lost or something? How did this happen?
Yeah.
Barack Obama opened the wrong door and get lost. What's going on there? And he switched the light on, then you two are there. How did it happen?
You told him the Jedward story and he didn't go back to America and say, from now on I am Obama.
All the biggest people in Ireland were there. Daniel Day-Lewis was there, Gabriel Byrne was there, we were there. He skipped everyone, walked straight to us, and Michelle Obama was there also.
Bono wasn't there.
Yeah, he was too
He
cool.
was on tour.
Bono was probably in your dressing room going... Can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
That's not going to change anything. You'll be surprised to find that my memory is not wiped out by that. Yours may be. But do they not hit kids in Ireland?
Let's have a look and see whether the Beckham baby is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, Victoria Beckham has had her baby. Doctors offered Victoria gas and air, but she said she wasn't that hungry. John, Charlie, Lorraine, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
We think the obvious one is phone hacking.
The phone hacking scandal, yeah.
It was our last news of the world last Sunday, and they ended with the words, paedophiles will now sleep easily in their beds. Slightly overplaying their role and encouraging the most lazy police work ever on Monday. Knocking on people's doors. I just wondered how you slept last night. Like a log, you filthy pedo
It was very sort of self-congratulatory, the final issue of the News of the World. Did you read it?
I had to buy it. I was reviewing it for a paper, and I had to get up early. I went at 7:30 a.m. to a newsagent's, and there was a really weird atmosphere in there where no one was looking each other in the eye, like we'd all stumbled across the corpse of a dead bear in the forest, and we were all queuing up to have sex with it.
Oh, you know that feeling.
Yeah. Had little farewell messages from readers dotted throughout it, saying things like, "Oh, I'll miss it was a part of my ritual on a Sunday afternoon. I'd eat my roast and then I'd sit there and soak up all the hate, judge all these famous women I didn't know and find them lacking, rifle through the voicemails of the bereaved. I don't know what I'm going to do now. I'm going to have to desecrate graves of a Sunday." It was a really, really weird publication to read.
I think what's really interesting about this is Rupert Murdoch really hasn't got the message at all. He thinks by making these gestures like closing the News of the World and pulling out the B Sky B bid, it's going to calm everything down. And he hasn't got the message. It's not the News of the World or News International that's toxic. It's him. People hate him. And they want him to piss off. They do. Everyone's sick of him.
It's like the moment... There's been a really weird atmosphere that everyone can suddenly talk about Murdoch, and it's like when an arsehole leaves the room. What an arsehole. And Rupert Murdoch's gone physically withered all of a sudden. I don't know if you've noticed he looks 100 years old all of a sudden.
He's gone very Mr. Burns this week.
It's like a Doctor Who monster that they've discovered one of these sort of soul-harvesting portals and destroyed it, and he's losing energy.
What if my phone's been hacked?
Yeah, like, we never get really phone messages.
I imagine the bloke who hacked into your phone is now in an institution.
Hello, Tom, it's Edward. No, hang on, I'm next to you, I'll ask you.
What, sorry?
We only have one phone.
We share one phone.
So it'll be like us, but...
And we had, like, other phones, but
they
they
keep
were...
losing them.
Someone's told you it's a phone.
It's a mobile.
It's a conch.
It's a bar of fruit and nut. Their manager said
it's a mobile. It's your, sorry. Hang on a second, Sean. I think you probably do have... Guys, you've got a mobile, but it's above the bed, isn't it?
I was brought up in a world where you just never spoke on the phone.
How do you mean you never spoke on the phone?
You never spoke. I don't mean you talked, but you never spoke on the phone. You didn't talk about activities that you might be up to.
Yes.
Not on the phone.
Because your phone was in the hallway.
No, because...
And your mum might walk past. You're going to be going, yeah, what are you wearing? Fish fingers, thanks.
You just never said anything on the phone that might incriminate you. It was just a sort of thing that you never did.
You were brought up not incriminating yourself. As a child.
Because my dad was a sort of criminal.
Okay, understand.
No one ever spoke on the phone. So, and we had a saying in our house where if there was anyone within earshot, my mum would say, "Earwigs at the rhubarb." And we all knew what she meant. Yeah. Shut the fuck up. So, maybe no one ever said to Murdoch, "Earwigs at the rhubarb."
Do you write for The Sun?
I do. I've got a column for The Sun.
Will you still?
Yeah, I will. It's the hardest thing I do all week, seriously. And I'd actually
Morally
think it's...
or actual work-wise?
I really, really enjoy doing it because it's a huge, you know, it's a platform. There's lots and lots of people read it, and nothing that I've ever written, none of it is ever not put in. You know, and I can write whatever I like.
I don't imagine you're writing anything that sort of... This week, Lorraine
Well,
Kelly's wanker list.
No, I don't. Well, I might not call it that. But it's probably in there. Yeah.
You can't beat the Sun or the News of the World for coverage of things like a massacre. Like when Raoul Moat was on the loose, you didn't get the Telegraph or the Mail because you knew the Sun would have a picture of him at 8 with an ice cream. They'll go to Mint, other papers won't go to. They'll find that picture of him. So you've got a picture on the front, like, the level of journalism, they'll push it, and that's what you want when there's something like that going on.
Did you see that when Raoul Moat was doing his rampage, they literally, in the Sun, printed a photo of him as a baby and said, 9-month-old Raoul Moat, his fists are already curled with rage.
Let's have a look and see whether the News of the World is one of the most talked about things this week. It will, of course, be. Yes, the most talked about thing this week. With her trademark ginger mane, distinctive sense of style and unmistakable looks, Rebecca Brooks is very much scum. Right, one thing still to get. Fingers on buzzers.
Yes, a button. Yeah, press it. Oh.
All the camera picked up then is him leaning over and you going,
ooh.
What do you think, guys? What do you think? Big story in the news this week.
I was only testing the buzzer.
Oh, yeah, you're winning with the lottery thing.
Tell me more.
You won 161 million. Imagine, though, if you didn't want any publicity. If you know, you can tick a box, can't you? And you say, I don't want any publicity. How would you keep 161 million quiet? How would you do that?
Sign on.
The thing about it, it's 161 million, but they actually don't get the 161 million. They have to wait for like years upon years to get all the money.
And they like pay tax.
No. No, they won 162 million pounds. They get a cheque for 162 million pounds.
And who gives it to them?
Who gives it to them?
The lottery people.
The news agent. Yep, that's all right. Here you go.
If I had 162 million, I would hire every private investigator in the world and get them to follow Rupert Murdoch.
It'd be worth using 160 million to buy B Sky B and then just stand on air looking at him like that.
Looking at you two, I think if you won it, something to do with space.
Well, we'd split between it.
You'd spend it on a rocket. Would you like to go into space?
I want to
I want to be an astronaut, go to space.
But you have to get flights there now. And
you have to get flights there?
Yeah, you're...
No, you don't. We could propel you there.
You get in the thing, the young virgin.
Yeah, but that's if you want to come back.
Jimmy, leave them alone. They're on my team.
Sorry, Sean.
We could live on the moon. Like, imagine us living on the moon. Like, imagine, imagine you go to a website and you can just see us, like, living on it. We're like...
Hold on a sec. I'm just going to do that.
OK, let's have a look and see whether Euro Millions is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, a British ticket has won the Euro Millions jackpot. The Euro Millions winner is 430th on the UK Rich list and #1 on the UK Jammy Bastard list. At the end of that round, John's team have 1 point, Sean's team have 2.
Yes, we're winners!
Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Mickey, Jedward. Pick a question.
Let's go for the man in the mask.
OK, you've chosen the mugger. Here is a clip.
Is he a mugger?
Yes, he is.
That's a bit judgmental.
Yeah.
Here's a clip to illustrate the question.
I have developed a practical, easy-to-learn self-defense program for seniors. In this segment, we want to teach you how to defend yourself against a rear low-section bear hug attack. Low section means that the attacker is grabbing you about the elbows. It is not possible to throw the arms off. In this case, you would step to your left reaching back with your right hand through testicles and squeezing. Or you could step to your right, reaching back with your left hand, grabbing testicles and squeezing. In this case here, the first thing that's very good to do is to take your forehead and bang as hard as you can on the person's nose. A second thing that's a real possibility is step to the side. Take your hand, grab testicles, and squeeze.
Jackie Chan would never do that, okay? He'd like totally like just go psh, 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 wah, wah, take him down any day.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do. Can I just point something out to you? They wouldn't make an instructive self-defense video for Jackie Chan. This is for people who aren't Jackie Chan. The idea is helping old people who get attacked. You know when you go out and you attack old people?
OK, now here's your related question. If attacked, most people would leave a friend to fend for themselves. True or false?
Imagine you're being attacked, okay? The friend has to help, so he has to run off and get help.
Oh, what's that? What's that? Earwigs at the rhubarb.
It's something to do, I suppose, with a friend, isn't it? Because we've all got friends who are complete arseholes. You always keep one in your life, don't you? And you hope that one day they'll shape up and you go out with them and they're still an arsehole. And they get you in trouble. That one, I'd probably go, I'll see you in a couple of years' time.
It's worth remembering, if you don't have one of those friends, it's you.
If you or John was attacked, would you help out?
The thing is, like, they might think they might come after John, thinking it's me, and then kill John. And I'll be like, it was meant to be me.
Why would they be? Care which one?
I would totally help out. I wouldn't run off and be like, I'd totally take down the person and they'd be gone. I'd be like, go away, and they'd go away.
I'd like call it
This is like... Go away!
John, if you were walking with a friend, imagine you had a friend, and well, because you live on your own. But if you were with a friend and you got attacked, what do you think?
Yeah, if I had a friend, I would fight to the death to keep hold of it. It'd probably be me doing the attacking. Never leave!
Okay, when the situation happens, okay, I'd know what I'm doing. Right now, I know what I was doing, but I will know what I'm doing if it ever happens.
Yeah, if you get attacked. Totally. Yeah, if it's like in an alleyway, someone jumps out with a knife, you would know.
Leave the area!
Nice.
Not welcome!
Would you defend someone, Charlie, if you were...
I might try... I might stick around and try and spark up a conversation with them, take their mind off it. But I'm not putting myself in physical harm for another human.
Haven't you just got married?
Yeah, well, it's a friend, not a wife. So is this based on... Is this a fact or an opinion? Is this like what people are saying they're going to do, or is it what people will actually do?
It's what they're saying.
I think they would.
If they're saying, it's easy to say you're going to do it. Of course they're going to say they're going to stick it.
Well, you didn't. You said no, I won't bother.
I think you all would do it. You're just being cynical. I think all of you are gentlemen. You're gentlemen and you would. I would.
You think I would stay and defend a friend?
Yeah!
You, Lorraine, are a very poor judge of character.
Yeah. I was once out with some friends on a night out and we got attacked. And I went and got us a taxi. While the fight was ensuing, I thought there's going to need to be transport when this when this finally settles down. And I was quite right. To
the hospital, please.
Yeah. Imagine, Jimmy, you'd go and get changed into your jeans, wouldn't you? Just in case you get your clothes ruffled up. I am going to stick around and help you. I just need to change into my jeans.
Sean, I tell you say that. You're lucky I don't have my jeans on right now, or I'd come over there.
Oh, sure.
And I would...
Saw me out. You haven't got your bloody jeans on, have you?
Yeah, but otherwise...
Yeah.
They're new trousers, so...
You could rip your top like Superman.
Are you asking to see Lorraine's boobies? I didn't know if you were looking at me. Can you rip your top?
Lorraine's a lady and she wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's not nice, Kay. Lorraine's totally cool.
Well, they're also very bad judges of character.
You do say you use cool a lot.
I know, because...
You do too much.
I know,
you
but
want to use cool about, I reckon, 30% less.
But if I wasn't say cool anymore.
If I was focused, really focused, if I got in the zone, I was totally
Try not to
focused.
say cool for about 10 minutes. See how you get on.
Okay.
Just a little challenge.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Genuinely didn't mean that.
You didn't.
OK, so let's get the answer. So, if attacked, most people would leave a friend to fend for themselves. Are you saying true or false?
False.
False.
Yeah, people would be good.
True. True?
True, because everyone's aware.
Yeah, I think it's true.
I can tell you, the answer is false. Yeah, only 5% of people would leave their friend to fend for themselves. In situations like that, I just let my fist do the talking. Please let me go. I don't like it. And the winner is the name of our final round. And this is your question. Top thing Brits pretend to know about.
Although it's Brits, if it was British men pretended to know, it would be their way around girly bits.
Their way around girly bits?
Because a lot of men don't know.
Like Jedward fans watching this, they're not like know any of this type of stuff going on.
They won't know anything. They won't know what's going on.
Any of our fans watching this, okay, close their ears.
Have you guys had sex?
Have you two had sex?
No, they had sex.
Someone else, oh, someone else. Fine, fine. You can ask that. Well, let's ask you in a nice way. Have you got girlfriends?
No, not right now.
Couple of volunteers.
We have respect for girls. We actually have so much fun. Like, everything we do, we have so much fun. Like, you don't have to, like, drink or smoke to have fun.
Yeah, but you just go like that.
Wow!
Babies do.
OK, top thing British people pretend to know about.
They pretend to know about politics.
That's the right answer.
Yeah.
The top thing Brits pretend to know about is politics. I lost interest in politics when I found out a stimulus package isn't what I thought it was. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Mickey and Jedward have 2 points. John, Lorraine and Charlie have 3. They're the winners. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and all of you for watching at home. That's it for us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Rick Spleen lookalike, it's Jack D. Brony Beauty, Jamelia, and their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Bloody Kel, it's Kelly Osborne. Stand-up guy, it's Mickey Flanagan. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 1 in 10 Scandinavians is conceived in an IKEA bed? How it works is their parents insert flap A into slot B and screw until the nuts tighten. 20% of Americans think the sun orbits the Earth. Sounds bad until you realise the other 80% think it's towed across the sky by Jesus in a chariot. 33% of Brits keep a weapon in their home. I keep mine in my trousers. Right, ladies? It's a Stanley knife. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. The phone hacking scandal's been all over the papers in the last few weeks. So tonight, we're looking at some other big scandals. Sean's team, what do you think have been the most memorable scandals?
Is it the FIFA? Is it the corruption at FIFA? This alleged corruption at FIFA and the World Cup being allocated to, amongst other countries, Qatar?
They've never even heard of football. It's just a joke, isn't it? What the hell are they doing with it? They're having the World Cup over there. I think it's ironic that Qatar is another word for bunged up. Sepp Blatter was the one who famously said, crisis, what is a crisis? You thought, well, it's what you're in, you stupid sausage-eating twat. We played it wrong because we tried to do the decent thing. We did it the English way. We sent Prince William out there with David Beckham because he seems like a good egg, and we did it all very nicely. Said, oh, do come to us and we'll do it ever so nicely. It'll all be very nice and everyone will be very pleased with it. We should have sent Ray Winston out there. Well, I've got a shooter!
They called them the Three Lions, didn't they? They had David Beckham, Cameron and Prince William. And when you look at them, they look like some boy band. The Daily Mail had put a boy band together. It'd be those three. Useless. They should have sent Pippa Middleton's arse over there.
Like, backed it up into the meeting.
English people that are getting angry about it, like, oh, we deserved it. We tried to bribe people. We were just shit at it. Like, we gave the wives of the ambassadors handbags. That was our big little something for the wife. You go, oh, it's empty, this. Yeah, I think you'll find she'll enjoy that.
The embarrassing thing is we spent £15 million on the bid and we forgot to use any of that for bribes. If we'd used it all for bribes and just gone stadiums, we haven't really given it any thought, but...
They don't even have a stadium, do they?
They don't currently have a football stadium, no. But
Do they even play football?
No.
They've not got a stadium, Jim. Where do they execute people there, then?
They're going to air condition their stadiums and the whole area outside the stadium. Because it's going to... I mean, at what point do you just go, well, if you're going to do that, just do it on the moon? The moon's put in a good bid. We're going to build stadiums and put oxygen in them. But, you know, I mean, you can't do anything up there and you can't do your suit off to have sex with each other, but you can't have sex or drink there anyway, so...
There'd be no slow motion, would there?
On the moon?
Yeah, it'd already be in slow motion, wouldn't it? Have to quicken it up.
You better see if it was over the line, at least.
It'd be great to put one away, though, wouldn't it? Just...
It may surprise you to learn I've never played football, but I'm not sure how much of that goes on. Even in slow-mo, but to speed it up, that is you just going, oh, I love football.
That's how you get up in the air.
You climb, you...
What do you think, Jamelia?
I tell you what, about the particular whole FIFA thing was the fact that the guy resigned, and like he resigned, he said, you know, I haven't done it, I'm not guilty, but I'm going to resign anyway. That's so dumb. Like, if you're saying that you didn't commit this, is it a crime? Is it a crime?
Is it a crime to bribe an official?
If there's no broken glass involved, it's not really.
Okay, then, if it's a crime...
If it's a crime,
how can
it's a crime to bribe officials, then lock me up and throw away the...
I don't know anything about football.
Well, why did we book her on the show? I thought she was an expert.
I don't know anything about... I don't even know if players are on a team.
But it would be a good thing for Great Britain if we had the World Cup, because it brings a lot of revenue in and there's a sense
but we're already getting the Olympics. Isn't that enough?
I think we should bid for the Winter Olympics, don't you? I think we start doing, you know, learning to ski and skate and stuff without snow. Get really good at it and then win the Winter Olympics. Everyone will turn up for winter. Where's the snow? There isn't any. Ha!
OK, let's have a look and see whether it's one of the biggest scandals. Yes, FIFA have faced allegations of corruption since awarding the 2022 World Cup to Qatar. I'll tell you what football needs, some kind of whistleblower. Johnston, what are the biggest scandals?
I'm thinking, only because I've recently discovered this thing, maybe Tiger Woods.
The National Enquirer reported that he had 120 affairs. And he's Tiger Woods. Like, if you're Tiger Woods, you can maybe get away with one. I don't even get naked in hotels, just in case there's, like, cameras in the walls or thing. I just keep my
You might
pants
catch
on.
a glimpse of yourself.
I never understood, because it all came out when they released the message of him phoning the woman saying, "Hey, it's Tiger here, can you take..." Sometimes my impressions can be very powerful. Sometimes I'm not Tiger, it's fine, you're sexually sound. But he phoned her up and said, "I need you to take your name off your..." But if it's just her name on her answer phone, it's not like she's leaving a message going, "Hi, this is Jamie, I can't come to the phone right now because I'm getting dicked by Tiger Woods."
You know, for a man who plays golf all day long, his wife's entitled to go, "Right, look, you play golf all day, you're allowed to knob one or two other people." That sort of seems reasonable to me.
Yes. Especially if you play it really well.
Yeah, I mean, you know...
Is that a crime?
To be fair, I think...
But you look at the list of the women, most of them were porn stars, they were lingerie models, waitresses. There wasn't one, like, who said, winner of eggheads. You know, same type of women over and over again. It's a bit
you got it. I mean, obviously, I don't condone what he did or anything like that. But he is playing the most boring game on earth all day, all the time, in every single country. Of course, he's going to find something to occupy him. He obviously finds it boring.
Yeah, but he... Well, I said it appeared slightly sexist, and didn't it? But now, suddenly, yeah, fairly good idea, that.
No one thinks a golfer is going to be a slut, really, do you? You don't look at a golfer and think, "Oh, I bet he's good in bed." No, they're all fat and bold and, like, swing a stick. I don't get it. No one would ever expect
Sorry, do you play
it.
professionally? You look...
Thank you.
Pretty awesome.
I've never played...
I mean, you should think about turning pro. That's a rather swing. Well, surprisingly, it's not up there. There was a huge scandal when it was revealed Tiger Woods had had a series of extramarital affairs. I don't know, when you're married to a swimwear model and you're cheating on her with a lingerie model, you know something's gone terribly right. OK, fingers on buzzers. 2 things still to get.
It's got to be MP's expenses, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah. We're going to do that. We're going to go there. Yeah. I must admit, I was kind of on the side of... I kind of thought, MPs pretty much, they're working a long time. Like Gordon Brown, taking crap all day, and he gets home and he switches his telly on and he sees Vernon Kay earning more than him. You're just going to think, "Do you know what? I'm having those Jaffa kicks."
But there was a sort of divide, wasn't there? Because as much as people were upset about it, everyone started looking at themselves and what they get away with in work, and what we all do, which is basically as little as possible.
Are you talking to the whole nation or just the Cockneys?
No. I used to work in a furniture factory where we had a sleeping cupboard. We had a cupboard where you could go and sleep. Someone would come home and go, "You're in a cupboard, Mick." And I would go and sleep in the cupboard for an hour. I have no idea why that company failed. Nothing to do with me. Lack of investment.
John Prescott claimed for not 1 but 2 toilet seats. Now,
yeah, but that was over an 18-month period. Imagine how many he broke over that period.
I know.
He only claimed for 2 of those.
But if you had broken... If you broke toilet seats every time you used them, wouldn't you just be inclined to keep that quiet and think, "You know what, I think I might sort that out myself"?
It's one of the most terrifying moments in your life, isn't it, when the toilet seat just shifts a little bit. It's only half an inch, but you just think, "Where am I going to end up?"
Finally, someone empathising with John Prescott going, "You know what, you need to get it fixed because it's terrifying."
Can I just say, though, see, with the expenses, the thing that annoys me is the little stuff. That's what I think what annoyed everyone, actually. When they start claiming for a packet of hobnobs, you just... Oh, for God's sake. Who wants to go for a drink with this guy, you know? Oh, you want crisps, do you? I'll keep the packet, because I'm going to claim on that later. A packet of salt and vinegar.
Even the moat thing, I had a sneaking admiration for someone who claimed a moat.
What the fuck does anyone need a moat for?
To keep people out of your castle!
I got a Kit Kat the other day and, you know, I wasn't in work, but I claimed for it on expenses. Yeah, no, it's the thin end of the wedge, but...
Mickey, this is coming home with me.
I'm going to take Jamelia.
It's not a crime.
Arsehole.
But they...
He's going to put you in his second home.
Can I...
Shall we have a look and see what the MP's expenses is one of the biggest scandals? Of course. It's the biggest scandal of the century. The MP's expenses row erupted when details of their claims were leaked to the Telegraph. It's important to realise that not all politicians are thieves. Some are fraudsters, some are philanderers, others are cheats, liars or swindlers, conmen or robbers. They're all very different. OK, fingers on buzzers, one more to get.
Is it WikiLeaks? That's where the whole world was blown apart by a series of increasingly tedious revelations.
In the East End, we've got a slightly different version of the website. It's called Dirty Filthy Grass. Slag, in brackets.
So you see Julian Assange as a...
Dirty Filthy Grass. Slag. The minute they buried the Quay twins, I knew all this would start. They kept a lid on all this. Everyone behaved themselves. Ronnie goes, bosh, it's all out in the open.
Sort of disappointing revolutionary, isn't he, though, Julian Assange? He's a sort of sleazy Australian in a cotton suit that looks like it smells of urine. WikiLeaks is actually what happens when Australians don't work behind bars.
There's one thing I don't say about the name. It's a strange name, Assange. It sounds like a tactic in croquet, doesn't it? If you knock your ball there, you have Assange. Or like a parade ground drill, like, Legionnaires, Assange! And they all go into the shape of a croissant.
Yeah, but what else does it sound like, Sean?
The surgeon would say, well, we've removed the prostate, now we just have to Assange the wound. We're like a part of France. We've got a lovely place in the Assange.
What else does it sound like, though, Sean?
Assange. It sounds like that rash you get, right? The rash you can get if you wax your chest too quickly if you're a footballer. And he's got a lot of Assange there. The skin's...
I got Olympic tickets to see Assange.
What are you wearing? Is it Assange? When the meat is nearly ready, you just have to Assange the vegetables.
Let's have a look and see if it's up there. So those were the most memorable scandals of this century, but others include child abuse in the Catholic Church. Some priests told their victims that it was OK to touch them because it says so in the Bible. And that's according to Matthew 10, Luke 8 and John 12. And it was revealed that Arnold Schwarzenegger fathered a love child. They think he may have had twins because one of them looks like him and the other looks like Danny DeVito. At the end of that, Sean, Jack and Jamelia have 1 point. Kelly and Mickey have 2. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Kelly, Mickey, what do you like the look of?
I like the Macaulay Culkin-ogram.
Yeah, the little boy.
Yeah, the little boy screaming.
OK. Okay. 18% of youngsters said the person they're most scared of is who?
I was scared of everything, but maybe I just read the wrong papers, but I get the impression our kids aren't scared of anything. But I used to shit myself Someone told me once that recording off the telly was illegal. And I had like 150 videos. I remember once the police coming around and being convinced I was going to get locked up for like 50 years for recording Saved by the Bell off Channel 4.
Probably, you know, on every housing estate, every street, there's a sort of bit of a nonce fella. He's not a proper nonce, he's just a bit odd. You mean like... Everyone goes, oh, don't go round there. Shut you up, he will.
Sean's team, what do you think kids are most scared of?
Well, in our house, it's Mr. Jangles, which is one of the characters I play.
Who is Mr. Jangles, Sean?
Mr. Jangles comes up the stairs! You better be in bed! Before Mr. Jangles gets up there!
That's everybody's scared, Sean. That's just I'm getting a bit panicky.
I'm afraid that's the end of the show because we have to go to bed now.
I find it really funny when kids are scared of stuff, because my girls, I've got 2 daughters, and they're not scared of anything, but I've got a niece, and she's scared of everything. I took her to Cadbury World recently, and like they've got these big like cocoa beans walking around, so they're like dressed up cocoa beans, and the whole time she was like, and I was just
I'm not surprised.
laughing. I was like proper laughing at her.
You were laughing at your niece. She was terrified on a day out.
I liked your face, Jamila. Do the face again of her being terrified.
Oh, she was...
Was she in a Michael Jackson Thriller video? It's quite an extreme, terrified.
No, but that's how terrified.
Can we have it one more time? Could you do Mr. Bojangles, or whatever it was called, and then I would have terrified? It'd be great. A little playlet.
Mr. Bojangles!
I don't do it, really. It's a joke. I don't terrify my children as Mr. Jangles.
Say that now.
What's he called then?
Ron.
Ron, coming up the stairs.
Ron. No, it's just... Ron's here.
And weirdly, that's more terrifying than Mr. Jangles. So, Kelly.
When you're like 5 years old till you get to about like 8, I know that's changed nowadays, you're terrified, absolutely terrified of your parents.
Well, your dad was the Prince of Darkness. I'll give you that. That's the right answer.
Really?
Yes, 18% of youngsters said the person they're most scared of is their mother. I was terrified of my mum because she used to smack me. Well, not really smack, it was more of a whip. All right, it wasn't my mum, it was a woman whose number I found in a phone box. And yeah, it wasn't a woman, it was a man. But you get the idea. I used to call him Mum. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Top way Brits break the law.
I sometimes do something that's a bit naughty. I think other people do it as well. What I do is I'll record an episode of The Sopranos and then watch it before the watershed. Swearing in the afternoon. And I'll leave the windows open so school kids can hear them. I feel so bad.
I think the main one is because the British penchant for urinating in public is quite big. I was on a tube train the other day.
A tube train?
A tube train, and a man had a piss in the corner. And typical British, we were all like... And then he got off at the next stop, and I had to break the silence. I said, thank God he didn't need a shit.
It's so much easier for guys, because you can pee wherever you want.
So where's the worst place you've peed?
OK.
Come on, tell the truth.
OK, I was drunk in a taxi, and I needed to pee really bad, and I peed on the floor of the taxi and then paid him and got out.
Kelly, let me tell you, that's not a crime, that's a website. No, I think it's something to do with traffic, actually. I think it's a car thing. I think it might be using your hazard lights incorrectly, because most people think that they can put them put the hazard lights on and do anything and just pull up on a double yellow line and get the dry cleaning or or go drunk driving and you get pulled up to... Do you realise you've got your hazard lights on? Because I'm drunk, officer. Because I had to warn everyone, I'm very drunk. Actually, I would like to have hazard lights on my epaulets. Just go, if I decide to do something wrong, I put hazard lights on and then everyone's warned about it, you know. I'm having a shit on the tube, ladies and gentlemen. Put hazard lights on, turn around, and it's fine.
I sometimes, I know I shouldn't admit this, but sometimes I only have 4 a day.
Yeah. You break your own rule.
And then other days I have 80. You don't want to be around then.
Top way Brits break the law. You do it in the car.
Mobile phone driving.
No, it's not a crime.
Yeah, it is.
I got off.
I saw an ambulance man the other day on his mobile. That's proper attitude, isn't it? Yeah, nothing about. Nah, I try to create a bit of work, actually.
Speeding. That is the right answer. OK. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Jack and Jamelia have 1 point. Our winners this evening are John, Kelly and Mickey with 4. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience and to all of you for watching at home. That's it for us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Big Pimpin', it's Tim Westwood. All together now, it's David O'Doherty. And their team captain, John Locke. And facing them tonight, this DJ saved my life. It's Lauren Laverne. Stand up, it's Matthew Crosby. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 85% of men are happy to cry in front of other people? If they're happy, why are they crying? It takes a woman 3 minutes to decide whether she'd sleep with a man, whereas it takes a man 3 seconds. Boobs, no Adam's apple, own teeth, I'll do it. Yeah. The big dog agrees, yeah. And 57% of Brits don't know their grandparents' full names. I do. It's Granny No Legs and Granny Prison. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, as schools have just broken up, it's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 3 most memorable things about school. Sean's team, what do you think are the most memorable things about school?
Teachers, because they teach at the school.
Teacher's best teacher?
I don't know, it's too long ago. I went to school in black and white.
We've got a bit of an advantage. I don't want to say we're cheating, but Matthew here actually went to school.
And still has the uniform.
I've come dressed in, yeah. No, I was a teacher for about 4 years, and like one incident sticks in my mind. I'd only been teaching for probably about 2 or 3 months, and a girl I was teaching, she was 15 years old, she came to me and she said, me and my boyfriend are going to have a baby. And that's just horrible, because it's my boyfriend and I are going to have a baby.
I mean, what did you teach?
I taught English and then drama and media studies, but everyone taught that.
Is that like a relegation from English?
Yeah. You're a shit English teacher.
Yeah.
I'm afraid you're on media studies now. That's the way it goes. You're just about good enough to put on a DVD and go to sleep. which is pretty much all media studies was. Watch Star Wars, we might talk about it afterwards, we probably won't. How it went.
That was the best thing when they like wheel in the big telly. Did anyone else have those? The telly with the massive legs. And you got like video day, brilliant. And then you'd watch something really shit. But it was great.
No one knew how to use it either.
No.
That was like, as soon as I became a teacher, I lost the ability to use a TV or VCR or any of that. It just like, doesn't make any sense to me. I'm sure I could do this at home, but just... Do I press the screen? If the screen presses that... I've got no idea what's going on.
I think I could teach at primary school, because I think at primary school you could just make it up. If they kind of go, why? You just go, well, Monster said.
I knew someone in a band who was a supply teacher and had to leave because he kept going into the classes and telling the class that they'd go, where's Miss? And he'd go, oh, she's dead. He did it about 10 times and got the sack.
I wrote a children's book about 10 years ago and did some readings for school groups, and the greatest ever heckle in the history of entertainment was at a reading for a school group one day. A guy who was about 6 just put up his hand and he said, excuse me, does this get good soon?
The worst teachers are the ones that try and sort of banter and be your mate.
The cool kind of ones that try and be
But
your
the
mate.
teacher, just everything you said, he would sort of try and make it sound like, so if you got, sir, can I do some photocopy? And you go, I'll photocopy you.
I remember one teacher threatened me.
Threatened you?
Yeah. Told me to get out of the class, go and stand outside the headmaster's office. And he was still so annoyed. He left the class, came down the stairs. Well, I was standing outside the headmaster's office. Big bloke, played rugby. And when it came right to me, he goes, I don't care, look. He said, if I lose my job, he said, but you one more word from you, and I'm going to punch you in the face. And he knew he'd lose his job. I'd made him that angry. And all I'd done is just ask stupid question after stupid question.
We had a teacher, and the only time he ever really lost it was the bold boys had a thing called a boobs bomb, which was to annoy one teacher where you'd steal page 3 from the newspaper and then you'd get wet toilet paper and wrap it sort of boobs up like this. Oh yeah, you'd stick drawing pins through it, and then because there were ceiling tiles, you'd get it and you go whoop, and it would stick up onto the ceiling tiles, and then during the class the water would evaporate out of the toilet paper and some physics process would take place whereby the teacher in the middle of the class would be sitting there and boobs would go shunk down. And we'd go, sir, are you looking at boobs?
Did you have any good teachers, Tim?
I didn't enjoy it, man. It was like I was dyslexic, and they like I didn't really do well.
Were you dyslexic? Were you just old-fashioned stupid? Be honest.
Old school stupid.
Old school, yeah.
What used to happen? I was the only kid. My school's like 2,000 kids. I was the only kid who didn't do any like French or German, so they used to put me in this pottery room. But those bastards never gave me no clay. For like 8 years.
In the pottery room with no clay.
And is that where your idea was then? You just one day just put a record down on the potter's wheel?
That's where it started.
Well, let's see if teachers are one of the most memorable things about school. Of course. Yes, teachers. Secondary school teachers need a degree, while primary school teachers must be able to speak in a patronising voice and pretend to be interested in shitty pictures. Over to John. What else do people remember about school?
Now, school dinners I quite liked. So I remember I have lots... Yeah,
You liked school dinners?
Yeah, it's just nice to get a hot meal and sit with your mates, and because
That's the...
If you'd like to make a donation...
Yeah. You look back, though, like a kid with a packed lunch is quite cute. Adult with a packed lunch, loser!
That's weird. When did that happen? At what age does a packed lunch become creepy?
I quite like a packed lunch.
Creepy. I just eat my thing with it. So, school dinners. Did you get school dinners?
Yeah, we used to love school dinners. We used to like getting served by the dinner lady with the massive rack.
Rack of lamb?
I used to love it. It was the highlight of my day.
A friend of mine shagged a dinner lady. Right in my school. Shagged one of the dinner ladies. He was about 16. And we said, Christopher, what do you mean? He goes, yeah, I've been shagging the dinner lady. He said, last week she took me on a narrowboat. She took him away on a narrowboat. And I was just shagging him on this narrowboat. And he said, and she's taken some Polaroids, because we're talking in the olden days. Polaroids is the only way you'd get photos of that description printed. And there was a picture of her with her top off, right, and in foam, right, she'd written a big C for Chris in shaving foam over her tits.
That's my favourite story there's ever been. The dinner ladies on my school wouldn't have got onto a narrowboat because of physics. The dinner ladies at my school were not, how can I put this, they were not DILFs.
Yeah.
I fancied one of my dinner ladies. This was like primary school when you don't really know what the deal is, but I just...
You didn't know she was out of your league. I'm going to make a play for this lady.
I used to cycle to near her house and just stare at her house. I had like a viewing point where I would just sit and watch.
Sorry, how old were you when this happened? Because if you were 6, this is cute. If you were 18, you're going to jail.
You make Morrissey sound like zippity-doo-dah.
You know what I think the most depressing thing about that? You, outside the dinner lady's house, on your bike, age 10, thinking, I really like her, and then seeing Sean's mate coming out, he's just banging. I can tell you that school dinners is not one of the most memorable things about school. It's vital that Britain's 14-year-olds eat well, because a healthy diet is incredibly important when you're pregnant. OK, fingers on buzzers. 2 things still to get.
I remember exams. I once wrote the equation for quadratics on my wanger.
On your what, sorry?
It's Irish for book.
Like, it's the state exams when you're 15. The person would follow you and stand outside the loo so you couldn't cheat, but they obviously wouldn't go into the... They wouldn't, like, stare at you while you were at the urinal. So I wrote minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac all over 2a on my actual pipe.
When I was at school, they had these qualifications called CSEs. They don't really have anymore, and I got a few CSEs. And they're the most pointless qualification ever, because about 2 years after I got them, they just disbanded them. They no longer did them, which basically made them like money that's no longer legal tender. Like, if you went for a job and you say, I've got a couple of CSEs, they go, well, the government's acknowledged they're worthless. Having a CSE was equivalent to having a sticker saying, Sean done some maths.
There's a thing in this country where it's really cool to not try and to, like, come out of exams and go, yeah, I didn't even revise, and I did it in 20 minutes. It used to really piss me off. There's people who used to turn up to exams with 1 pen. I used to think, what are you going to do? And they were like, they put their hand up and they went, can I have a pen, because mine's run out. I should have said no. Lesson learned.
Did you have the lucky mascot?
No, just preparation and revision.
In between bouts of staring at a dinner lady's house.
Oh, Matt, did you pass your exams? Presumably, you became a teacher.
Yeah, I not only passed them, I ended up invigilating exams as well, which we have to stand in a room with loads of kids and just make sure they don't cheat and, you know, all that kind of stuff. We used to play a game where myself and the other invigilator would say, all right, we have to stand by the kid that we think is definitely a virgin. So we sort of...
So you would stand next to the kid you thought was definitely a virgin?
Yep. And then they would stand and we'd just look at each other and go...
Is there a variation on this? So who else would you stand next to? What other variations on the game?
Who's got the unhappiest home life? Who's got the weirdest voice?
Unhappiest home life? Oh, no.
Jimmy...
That is cold.
Jimmy, you've got to understand...
I think that's cold, and I'm me.
Yeah.
Let's have a look and see if exams are one of the most memorable things about school. Yes, indeed, exams. I got an A in history, a B in chemistry, and an STD in games. OK, fingers on buzzers. 1 thing still to get.
I always liked, basically, I used sort of school trips. I always thought the weirdest thing about school trips is that if, like, a 50-year-old man in a tweed jacket walks through a wood with one kid, the police get called. But if he's got about 50, no one does anything. I don't think teachers got enough credit for, like, because I remember you never thanked the teacher. The bus driver certainly never got thanked. He was just, this is Brian, he's driving the bus. Dickhead.
At least they were up the front of the bus driver. And the troublemakers were obviously always at the back of the bus with their arses out, pressed up against the back window.
The old geeky pants. Behind the yellow line. I just want to talk to you.
I only went on one school trip.
Where'd you go?
Aylesbury. Because people were talking about it the other day, and I was thinking, we didn't go on any school trips. And there was just one to Aylesbury, and it was pissing with rain, and the teacher sort of said, that's really rainy out there. And we just had our packed lunches on the coach, dicked around a bit, and he said, this is just... He didn't say it's a waste of time, but basically he looked at it and said, this is a waste of time. And then we all went back.
Tim, did you go on any school trips?
We used to go up to the swimming pool, like, on a Wednesday.
No clay again, no clay. They take the bloody water out, had they?
I don't know if that's what we would call a school trip, but yeah, I mean, yeah, OK.
We were 9. We went on a school trip. Oh, God.
That is a great start to a story.
We went on the ferry to Holyhead from Dublin, and we went to a slate mine. In the slate mine, there was an exhibition about how children of our age used to work in the slate mine and die. And then we got back on the ferry with the truckers. And I went home. And I just remember, like, parents going, what happened today? Don't talk about it! You'll never know. You weren't there!
OK, let's see if school trips is one of the most memorable things about school. Yes, school trips! If you want to remember the dullest school trip you ever went on, just watch The One Show. Oh, look, Phil Tufnot at the Pencil Museum. So at the end of that round, Sean, David and Tim have 2 points. John, Lauren and Matthew have 1. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, David, Tim, your turn first.
Well, I think we've got Tim here. We'll go for the gentleman who looks like he does a bit of rap.
OK, you've chosen the rapper. Here is a clip to illustrate your question.
Boys and girls, the Lord Jesus Christ is the one who gives us new life, and he's doing a new thing for us.
You know he's doing it. God is doing a new thing. God is doing a new thing. You know he's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing a new thing. You know he's doing it. Yo, who's doing it? God is doing a new thing in our lives. So we're doing a new thing through Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's me.
You know they're doing a no thing. Here is your related question. OK, most people would rather be a rap star than Prime Minister. Do you think that's true or false?
True.
Absolutely true. Why
You think
wouldn't
it's true? You want to be a rap star?
Why wouldn't you?
You might get shot, Tim.
I'm not a rap star, and I
die
got shot, so it happens.
You got capped, didn't you, brother?
Yeah.
That's pretty whack, if you ask me. I mean...
That's how I felt about it.
So when you were...
No.
Doesn't hurt.
Where'd you get it?
Just in the arm.
Yeah.
Obviously, Tim Westwood, you would want to be a rap superstar, right?
All day.
All day?
Yeah, well, all the time, yes.
I like the idea that a rapper would stop at night. Yeah. I would bang another hoe, but, early start in the morning. This will surprise people, but I'm not a fan of rap.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they've basically taken music and just stopped doing the singing bit. We'll keep the backing, but we'll just talk.
I interviewed Cliff Richard and he said much the same thing.
Yeah.
You are at one on that.
That's another thing you've got in common with him.
People forget that Cliff Richard was pretty cool for a while.
David O'Doherty, would you rather be Prime Minister or rap superstar?
Well, I would make a terrible rap star. I am the least hip-hop person that I know.
Make a bloody good umpire, though.
Ireland beat England in cricket recently, and no one knows how to play it. You'd get the man hit it into the stand, and half the people in the pub I was watching it with were like, oh, well, that's rude. Is that good? Yes! Take that, 800 years.
So what do you think, Prime Minister or
I think
rap
people
star?
would much rather be a rap star. If you're a rap star, you can put hose on expenses, whereas you can't. You're Prime Minister, can you? Yeah.
It's the same for rap stars and gardeners.
OK, so you're all going rap star?
Yes, I think so,
OK, what about over here?
I would say no one wants to be Prime Minister, do they? So...
Not even the Prime Minister wants to be Prime Minister at the moment. You know, wouldn't imagine.
It's a lot of responsibility either way. Is there an option for neither?
There is, and you are living it.
I think we're going rap star, aren't we?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I can tell you that it is false. Only 34% of people would rather be a rapper than Prime Minister. I'd mix the two and become MP Diddy. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here is your question. Top gadget that makes British people happy.
Is it Inspector Gadget?
It is not, but it should be. Top gadget. What makes you happy? What gadget has changed your life, John?
You're really asking the wrong guy in terms of, you know, most people. Generally, in my life, I would say the gadget that's blown my mind the most is the boiled egg slicer.
You just press it and it... what a doing.
It's like a little cradle, and you just put the egg to bed, and it says, all right, Mr. Egg, you're going to be... Also got a pickled onion grabber.
Is it your hand? It's not a gadget. Oh.
It is for you, Mr. Vinegar Fingers.
No! Curse my vinegar fingers.
Just looks like a pen. You press it, little prongs come out like that. Pickled onion, madam. There we go.
The ladies must just swoon.
John's only problem is he's had to take it next door to someone to open the jar for him. Mr. Bronson, could you open my pickled onion jar? I've got some ladies coming round.
Dinner, ladies. Top gadget, what do you think? What's the best gadget?
Well, it's got to be iPhone, hasn't it? Because
An
that's
iPhone's
got
number
music
3.
on it. I always think if I could have gone back and told myself when I was 15 that you could carry an entire record collection that was also a phone and a computer, I would have just blown my fucking mind. In your back, like it's this big. How is that even possible? It's just a daily miracle.
It is, yeah. It is basically it's magic.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of stuff in my house that if it didn't exist, you could fashion it out of twigs.
Yeah.
The iPhone, good luck. As far as I'm concerned, it's made by pixies.
I don't have an iPhone, but I have an iPod. And sometimes I pretend that my iPod is an iPhone. I'm talking to someone who's really boring. I mean, I got it. Hello? And then I go, oh, look, it's Prince.
We're all still happy with the telly, aren't we? That's still the best one.
No.
No?
No.
What's better? There's nothing better than
The
a
phone,
telly.
you can have the fucking telly on. The phone's got everything else as well.
No, it's going to be a laptop. It's going to be a laptop, definitely.
I like the iron because it keeps the missus quiet. She's happy and she's busy.
Headphones?
Headphones don't even make...
Is it a clog rack?
Is it a what?
Clog rack. Yeah, you got all your clogs. Mine are just put all these clogs. And you go, shit, there's a clog rack. Great. And you go, thank God. You know, it's nothing better than you've got all your clogs. From all the different colours, the rainbow, all lined up. Is it a clog rack?
No. I will give you a clue.
Couldn't live without that, baby.
You were pretty close with the TV. But it's better than normal TV.
Computer.
Oh, Sky Plus.
That's the right answer.
Oh, my God, I nearly said that.
Of course. Yes, the top gadget that makes British people happy is Sky Plus. I know News International are accused of systematic criminality. They're morally retarded. They've descended from the gutter to the sewer. But seriously, Series Link has changed my life. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Lauren and Matthew have 2 points. Sean, David and Tim have 2 points, which means it's a draw. Everyone's a winner. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's it from us. Good night.
It's Rod Gilbert. He knows his onions, Greg Wallace. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, Angel of the North, it's Sarah Milliken. Read all about it. It's Kate Silverton. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 51% of kids think the world will be a better place in 10 years? And they're right. It'll be great, especially if you're a big fan of nuclear fallout and fighting for petrol with a spear made out of a human thigh bone. The average couple argues 312 times a year. It's actually 310 times, but try telling her that. 90% of Taiwan's teenagers feel anxious when they can't use their mobile phones. Boo-hoo. Taiwan's Minister of Technology is looking into it. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Obviously, the biggest story of the year is the news of the world, phone hacking. So tonight, we're looking for the other biggest stories of the last 12 months. Sean Seam, what do you think of the other biggest stories of the year?
Ladies, take it away.
It's got to be the royal wedding, hasn't it?
Yeah,
The royal wedding, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, God, what a magical day that was. I need to stop crying. It's just so... She was so beautiful.
Was it the dress came when she came out the thing?
She's wearing a dress. Oh, no.
It was a lovely day because the M6 was really quiet. I just took advantage of the quiet roads.
Did neither of you watch it?
I watched it, yeah. In the nude. It's my little protest.
It was one of the most boring things I've ever watched on TV.
Oh, come on.
It was? What do you
Why?
mean? No, come on. My girlfriend made me watch it. The whole family came around and I was bored shitless. Did anybody here seriously watch it? I just don't get it.
I watched
it.
We celebrated in quite a big way in my house. We got a McDonald's breakfast. And we watched it in bed. It was pretty good.
Did you get the McDonald's delivered to your bed? You reached those dizzy heights?
I got a butler. No, my poor, long-suffering girlfriend went to McDonald's and got coffees.
Your girlfriend went to McDonald's?
Yeah. We thought we'd celebrate in style. We thought we'd watch the royal wedding the way it's meant to be enjoyed.
Basically,
At home
she
making...
said, you're watching this with me, and you said, only if you get me McDonald's. Is that
It was one of those things where not only did I hate that it was happening, but I hated that people were enjoying it. I hated seeing happy people buying crap and thinking... They waved a flag for 2 hours and then they binned it. 140 tons of crap that no one knows where it went. I reckon Nick Griffin just went around in a transit, just grabbing all... He's just at home rubbing Union Jacks on himself now, flossing with bunting like that.
Are you a romantic, Kate? Did you enjoy it?
Well, I think so. I mean, it was the first time in, 350 years that someone outside royalty or aristocracy had married into our royal family. I think they genuinely
Well, let's face it, the gene pool could use a little chlorine at that stage.
Yeah. But now it's Pippa, really, that the focus is on.
Well, Pippa, I don't know if you're aware of this, but Pippa has a bum.
Worse than being outshone by your sister on your wedding day is being outshone by your sister's arse. That's just so much more upsetting. Not the rest of it, just her arse.
But that was the best thing about it. Well, the rest of it was just... Because I don't understand the rest of it. It's better than getting excited about whether he's going to kiss her a second time. Hang on, is he going to kiss her? He's going to go for it. Is he? Are we going to get... The commentator's going, are we going to get 2 kisses? Are we going to get... Of course you were, because the crowd was shouting, kiss her, kiss her! He was just under pressure when he was bullied into it. If they'd been shouting, whip her dress up and show us her chimney, he'd have done it.
Now, Greg, you got married recently, right?
Yeah, my lovely wife, Heidi.
How did you meet your wife?
On Twitter.
Were you following her, or...?
She was following me.
Like a lazy stalker?
Well, you chat to your followers, and then this girl was clever, obviously clever, and she was funny. And I looked at her picture and I thought, fuck.
That's beautiful.
It's like an opera, that is.
I looked at her.
Fuck. Help.
Did you sell it to Hello or OK or anything like that?
Oh, yeah. Hello, and the honeymoon. As soon as you get Hello involved, everyone seems to want to discount your wedding and your honeymoon by a serious percentage, so it seems silly not to.
And if you ever want to remember your wedding, just go to the dentist.
Win-win. It's a win-win. Oh, I've got to get a root canal, but what a lovely day we had. Perfect. Kate, did you get married as well recently?
I got married in December.
And now you're knocked up. Oh.
I know. He works fast, yeah.
Does he? Well, never mind. How did you meet?
Well, I was going off to Iraq, and you have to do a course called a hostile environments course. And generally, you get kidnapped, hood over your head, tied up, beaten up a little bit.
And then he did that to you, and then you went, should we go for a...
And then he took me off into the bush. Yeah, no. And then... You have to negotiate yourself out of the situation. I'm just digging myself into a really big hole.
You had to negotiate yourself out of the situation?
Yeah.
What did you offer?
Money I've wasted on Jamie's Italians.
OK, let's see if the royal wedding is one of the most talked about things in the last 12 months. Yes, of course. The royal wedding was an amazing moment. If you're wondering how William wooed Kate Middleton, he did have the best chat-up line of all time. Nice face, love. Look better on a stamp. Sarah Ferguson has revealed that Prince Andrew carried a photo of her to the royal wedding, as did all the security men. John's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about?
Well, last 12 I'd say one of the biggest stories of my lifetime, as it was reported in the Mail. Pensioner attacked in his own home by foreigners as his wife and son watched. As we reported it, Bin Laden shot.
Didn't they identify him by after he was like they shot him first? Like
always the best way.
Always the best way. Shot him first, and then they identified him, didn't they?
Yes.
But they didn't know. They didn't have any really like accurate way of identifying him. But they knew he was 6'4", so they got one of the Army SEAL, the Navy SEAL boys, the Americans, was about that height, so they got him to lie next to the corpse. This is what they did. That's how they reckoned it, you know. Yeah. And then they knew he didn't like butter, so they had a buttercup under his chin.
True story.
It's just, when you read it, it's unbelievable. They lay somebody down next to him. Oh, shit, we've shot Ronnie Corbett. It's the wrong fella.
I don't think it's right to go in and kill somebody without trial. I'm slightly disturbed by it, you know. I mean, I moved out of Peckham for the same reason.
Sean, do you think he should have been killed?
I don't think he should have been shot for a couple of reasons, but I think it's a shame, really, for all his kids, because he'll never get a chance to see them blow themselves up. Very proud that moment for any religious maniac, and that's been taken from him. I think that's the same. Also, I think they should have kidnapped him and then made him play a gay cheerleader in Glee. Wear a pink tracksuit with Juicy across the arse. I think that would have sent a stronger message.
Let's have a look and see whether Osama bin Laden is one of the most talked about things of the last 12 months. Yes, it is, number 2. Osama is regarded by many as a hero, particularly within the hide-and-seek community. One thing still to get. Fingers on buzzers.
Charlie Sheen! Crazy Charlie Sheen! Oh. He was all over YouTube and the press for his amazing rants. Winning!
He kept on saying that was his catchphrase, yeah.
Winning!
Yeah. Loser. Yeah. So let's have a look at Charlie Sheen in action.
All these radio rants have people thinking Charlie Sheen has got to be on drugs again.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I am on a drug. It's called Charlie Sheen. It's not available because if you try it once, you will die. Your face will melt off and your children will weep over your exploded body. Too much.
Some are saying that you're bipolar.
Wow, what does that mean?
I guess that, you know, you're on two ends of the spectrum.
Wow. And then what? What's the cure? Medicine? Make me like them? Not gonna happen. I'm bi-winning.
There was a theory that he was putting it on for just publicity, just to mess around, just to get out of his contract. What do you think?
If he was putting it on, then Charlie Sheen is the greatest actor of our time. Yeah. And having watched 2.5 Men, Charlie Sheen is not the greatest actor of our time. He's sleeping with prostitutes and, like, porn stars who have his name tattooed on their feet.
Yeah, it's a bit cool.
I think the whole guy, he's living with 2 porn stars. I think it sounds great, but the reality, I think it's bloody awful. Like, they come home from work and he goes, "Do you have a nice day?" And they come in and they're going, "Oh." Trixie didn't come in, had to do overtime. Oh, what a bloody day.
He was earning $45 million a year and he still had to go to the studio and ask to borrow 10 million more.
No, he might have just not had any cash that day. You know, like, lend us a 20 quid or...
So I need 10 million?
Yeah.
If you went to the bank...
It's all relative, isn't it?
If you went to the bank and said, "I need a loan," and they said, "What do you earn?" and you went 45 million, they would probably question where you'd spent all that.
No, you'd get it because you could obviously prove you could pay it back.
Yeah, when you're tired and you're going, "I'll pay it back from the space monkeys who come down. Inject the cash into my dreams and I shit it into your bank account."
Surprisingly, that's not one of our top 3 biggest stories. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get. What else have the nation been talking about this last year?
Is it the Chilean miners?
Oh, the Chilean miners. Tell me about the Chilean miners. Do you like the Chilean miners?
Lost 30... Well, you can't not like them, really, can you? What sort of sour, miserable bastard would you be? Bloody hate those 33 miners who survived that tragedy. Yeah, of course you like them.
Was there one who'd been with his partner for 25 years, and when he came out, he proposed to her? Do you think she engineered the whole thing? Women really like a proposal.
What's it gonna take?
I bet the honeymoon period didn't last long. It was like, "Oh, so wonderful you're back." Within about a week, they're going, sometimes I wish you were still down that fucking...
You know, when they were running out of food and they were like eating 2 spoonfuls of tuna every 2 days or something, half a biscuit and half a glass of milk. That's what they were having. Then when they were down to 2 tins of tuna, and they all got together at that point and they prayed to have double the amount of tuna they had. Why would you just pray? If you had 2 tins of tuna between 33 people, if you were praying, why not go for a little bit more than 4 tins of tuna? It's a bit like, you know, when Terry Waite was chained to that radiator for 4 years, it's a bit like him praying and asking God to turn the thermostat down. Why didn't they ask for 6 tins or a tin each? Or
yeah, maybe they didn't really like tuna that much.
Apparently they didn't talk about cannibalism, but you thought, it's not surprising when they're all emaciated and just covered in soot, is it? If you sent Greg down, covered in parsley with a chocolate orange in his mouth, would have been on him like piranhas in a Bond film, just a pair of glasses left after 5 minutes.
I can't understand, once they found them, why it took so long to get them out.
Sorry, what?
They were down a mine.
They were down a mine?
Yeah, but they found them, We had television pictures of them, and it still took 3 months to get them out. They were getting food down, TV cameras down, pool tables, jukeboxes, and then they couldn't get one single one of them up.
You know what? I thought you were crazy, but you make a very interesting point.
I think what they should have done, they should have played a trick on them. Like the first one to come up, everyone should have been dressed in alien monkey costumes. He comes out, he goes, big pot and a ladder going up to it. There's 33 left and we're hungry. I thought it was weird that the last guy to come up, I felt sorry for him because he was the last one to come up. The Chilean president grabbed him and said, "Would you like to join me in singing the Chilean national anthem?" And it's really long. It went on for about 15 minutes, like Chile, Felicidad, Le Montagne, oh, the Colleges, and all this. And I was thinking, that's not the song they should have sang. They should have sang the theme tune to Shaft. Who is the man who'd risk his neck for his brother man? Shaft! Can you dig it?
Let's have a look and see if the Chilean miners are one of the most talked about things. Yes, the Chilean miners emerged last October after 69 days in the mine. The miners went to visit Manchester United after they were rescued. And if anyone knows what it's like to be buried deep in a dangerous hole for months on end, it's Ryan Giggs. So at the end of that round, Sean, Sarah and Kate have 2 points. John, Greg and Rod have 1. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. OK, John's team, what are you going to go for? What do you like the look of?
Well, we've only got one choice, really, haven't we? I think we'll pick the person that is sat next to me.
Go on, then.
We asked the studio audience, would you complain if you were served a terrible meal, yes or no? What do you think this audience said?
I never have.
And Zeppo said yes.
No, do not do that. Do not help him. I did look... Of course he put his hand up. God love him, he's happy just to be indoors.
I don't believe people say that they would complain. I don't think people do complain over here in Great Britain. I think we're far too polite, especially in restaurants.
You're not.
Well, I'm very polite.
Sorry, have you not seen your show?
Let's say on that show, we only ever critique someone's food, not their personality.
It'd be better telly, though, if you went, "Oh, that's amazing, but you're such a dick."
What's the worst thing you've had on MasterChef? What's the worst?
I think we had a fella who happily roasted a quail beautifully and, for reasons best known to himself, stuck it on top of a chocolate cake.
Sorry, can I just... I'm not even looking, but I presume Sarah's mouth is watering. Sarah's going, finally, I can enjoy chicken.
It's like Nando's and Thornton's.
Wow!
Sean, have you ever complained in a restaurant?
I always complain.
But at what point do you complain? Because you can complain and then you worry about what's going to happen to your food when it comes back.
Yeah, you can. I complain, but I never eat what they bring back, unless my complaint is this hasn't got enough spit in it.
Something's not right. I don't see why. It's a real... That's why service is shit in this country, and that's why food is shit in this country. Ooh. It's getting better. But generally, if you go to a service station in France or in Italy or Spain, just so the level of food that everyone can experience, is you can have great food. You go to a service station in this country, the food is virtually... It's like being in a lab. It's some horrible experiment with sausages and Jif or something. It's just...
I agree with you that food at the basic level, when you really want it, when you're starving, is rubbish. Whose rule is it that we had to put sandwiches in a fridge?
Yes, yeah.
You know, they don't have sandwiches in a fridge in Spain, and they're not all dying of warm sandwich disease.
And more importantly, who's the person, when they're making the sandwiches, pushes all the cheese to the front? And you look at it, it's like, you know, it's like, imagine if you're trying to fall in love in Iran, you've only got the eyes to go on. There's loads of cheese in there, and then you open the sandwich, and there's just like a little cheese hill going down to nothing.
I once bought a baked potato in a big food hall in Australia, and
You travel for lunch, don't you?
I was in Australia and I bought I can't remember where, and I bought a baked potato in one of those polystyrene things. I opened it up, and as I was eating, there was a piece of shelving bracket. L-shaped shelving bracket, I swear to God, in the baked potato, and I took it back to the bloke, and he goes, you know, that's nothing to do with me, mate. And I pointed behind him, and there was literally a shelf like that.
So we asked you, student, would you complain if they were served a terrible meal? What do you think, yes or no?
I wouldn't. I would just never go back there again. So I don't think people would.
So you think they wouldn't complain? Sean, what do you think?
The clue is in the word terrible. If it's a terrible meal,
Yes,
you would
I think they would complain,
You
yes.
think they would? OK, I can tell you the answer is yes. 79% of the studio audience would complain if they got a terrible meal. I tried to reason with them. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Best thing about living alone? John.
What, mate? I'm never alone. Never alone, am I, John? No, you're not, John. You're always with people, John, yeah. John and John are going to have a good chat about you when John gets home. I'm seriously learning to deal with spiders. That's it. There's no one else to do it. Generally, I'm a shrieker, but living on my own, I just thought... Because used to, if there was a spider, I would just move to the next room. And then, once you've used all the rooms, you got, right, we've got to learn how to deal with this.
So spider's following you from room to room. Surely you can just keep going round.
No, there's loads of them.
Taunting him. Oh, so hang on, so one spider stays in the lounge, he's got that covered, and then you go into the bedroom, you're right there for a few months, and you go, hang on, he's gone in the bedroom, we'll send another one in there, but you stay in the lounge.
They're like a SWAT team clearing terrorists. Clear! Where's the next one? Clear!
What do you think the best thing about living on your own? Ross?
It's the freedom to pleasure yourself to something weird like songs of praise and... And if you live with somebody, then... let's say you died in the act, then if you live with somebody, they'll find you straight away and that'll be embarrassing forever for your memory. And if you live on your own, then by the time they find you years later, your rotted corpse or whatever, songs of praise will have finished and... They'll just find a pile of innocent dust next to a box of tissues and a single white glove. And you will look like a snooker ref who died of a cold.
I wander around in my pants a lot, and I live in a block of flats, and opposite me is another block of flats, and the flat opposite mine's been empty the whole time, so I just wander around. I don't got curtains, I just wander around in my pants. But then a friend of mine came round and she spotted that some young lads had just moved in, and she said, oh, maybe you should get yourself some curtains. And so as far as I'm concerned, if some young lads are looking at me wandering around in my knickers, I'm still the winner, aren't I, really? I just wonder how long it's going to take them to get some curtains up.
It's been a long time since I lived on my own. What I miss, I like about living on my own is all the songs I used to make up. Get up, put the kettle on and make a cup of tea now. Make myself a cup of tea with sugar. Hot tea for sure. Shall we have a biscuit? Yeah. Those songs.
I don't have the creativity to make my own. I used to steal existing. I got like, coffee time. Can't drink this. Why not? It's too hot.
I think we have a hit on our hands. What do you think the best thing about living on your own?
Is it the remote? Control of the remote.
Oh, yeah. That is the right answer. I'll give you that.
Well
That's
done.
close enough. Yeah. Well, that sound tells me that it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Greg and Rod have 2 points. Sean, Sarah and Kate have 1 with 4. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's it from us. Good night.
Consonant, please. It's Rachel Riley. New kid on the block. It's Daniel Sloss. And their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, these two Too cool for school, it's Nick Grimshaw. Acting funny, it's Peter Serafinowicz. And their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, in the United Kingdom, 3 million people regularly play bingo? 2 fat ladies and another 2,900,998 fat ladies. 70% of men say they can burp on demand. Seriously, fellas, there is no demand. And 41% of Brits have had sex in their car. I tried that once. It was surprisingly romantic. I was really taking my time, putting her needs first for once, and then the lights changed and we had to pull away. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. It's our panelist's job to guess the British public's top 3 most popular talking points. Sean's team, what do you think the nation have been talking about this week?
Slow news week, really.
It's the London riots. Things have gone a bit mental.
It does seem... the world's gone mad. I mean, it really is what's happened.
I mean, it's quite... As you listen to the radio, they're phone-ins, and obviously some people have more extreme reactions than others. Some people are just furious. And there's one guy who was on the radio and he's going, it's ridiculous. He said, they should shoot them. He said they should go out there and shoot them. He said, but they can't, can they? Because it's bloody political correctness. It's PC gone mad. So I thought to myself, that's actually what we need. A copper called PC gone mad. He just goes like, PC gone mad is taken over.
I saw on Twitter these looters have been posting pictures of themselves with stereos and TVs and stuff. And there was this one guy who posted a picture of himself with a bag of Tesco value rice.
Well, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look at that. I've got the picture.
Oh, wicked!
I got confused when they said they were looting curries.
It's pleasing to know that when this show goes out, a lot of people will be trying to watch it on brand new widescreen tellies. And then realising that they forgot to loot a SCART lead.
Yeah, no one remembers to loot a SCART lead.
There was a girl, some of them justifying their actions. There's one girl, this very sort of brave Sky News correspondent, I can't remember his name, and he stopped this girl and he said, are you proud of what you're doing? And she said something like, well, I'm getting my taxes back.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there was there's no VAT on crack.
They were all going on the news early. Like, the first few days, when they didn't realise how big it was going to get, they were, like, talking on the news about what they'd done, but doing their coats up. And I couldn't think... People who don't know you anyway, and people who do know you aren't going to go, well, that sounds a lot like Barry. Barry doesn't have a coat for a forehead. This kid out on the news, he had such a distinctive voice as well. He's sort of his coat up, and he's going,
yeah, so I gone down there, man.
I think I'm with everyone when I say I'd like to know what else. What else did he say?
Yeah, gone down there, man. There was a lot of roses on that, yeah, but I wasn't even frightened or nothing.
That does sound like him.
There's Mexicans on the list.
The giveaway was the big moustache coming out of there.
It's absolutely mental, but my friend said that she saw this massive, like, hooded youth, walking down the street with 2 bottles, and then 2 kind of Asian girls in burqas kind of cowering that wanted to get to the other side, but there was a burning car and everything. She said he put down the bottles, offered them help, and escorted them through the burning riots. It's just want to be polite.
You know who that is? That's Raffles, the gentleman rioter.
I put my bottles down. I said, no, this won't stand. I said, no, I say it stops here.
I say you must not treat a lady like that.
Fucking
Madam, can I assist you?
Do you see, they looted an Argos. I thought that was really tragic, because they caught them, of course, because they had to wait for their loot to come up.
What I liked about that is that they would have got into Argos and then they've discovered the secret of Argos. If you know this, there's nothing back there. There's just a wizard. And he gets an order through, child's badminton set.
He's called Argos, isn't he?
Argos the wizard. Yeah, a George Foreman grill.
The other place they looted was a Vision Express.
Yeah.
I'm not having a go, Sean, but are they new glasses?
I'll tell you what, it's very hard to loot the right prescription. I came out there going, oh, I feel all dizzy.
I've had an idea of what we can do. OK, what we do, we set up, basically, it's a shipping container, OK, and we set it up, like, with a glass front, with a trap door, and it says on the front, mobile phones, designer jeans, and trainers, warehouse, OK, and we fill it with glue. And we wait till it's full, and then we pop it in the sea.
I love all the rumours that have spread. My best rumour about the riots this week was the tigers loose on Primrose Hill. True thing. Wow. And the tigers loose, they said the looters had gone into London Zoo and were barbecuing tigers. And some had escaped.
I fell for that one, but only because I was on the phone at the time checking if someone had got home OK, and so I was checking Twitter while I was on the phone, and you don't have time to edit, so I was and now there's a tiger on the loose. You can't call someone back at 1 in the morning and go, yeah, now there's a rhino, I think this might be bullshit.
If I was out looting, I wouldn't loot, because to me, technically, it's still shopping. And I hate shopping. If I was looting and I went into one of those shopping centres, I'd loot those foot-nibbling fish. I'd love some of those. It'd be great to come home with those, get them in the bath. Where have you been? Nowhere.
I've been in a river where you get the catfish just come up to your whole body and do it.
The catfish come up to your whole body?
Your whole body. You hold this food, and wherever you hold it...
You're so naive. Those aren't catfish. Those are men that have paid good money to be there, Rachel. Where was it?
In Borneo. You go in this river, and these catfish, they're like that long. They come up to you and suck whichever bits you put your hand near.
Really?
There's going to be some looting at the catfish shop tonight.
OK, right, should we have a look and see whether the riots are one of the most talked about things this week? Yes, indeed, people are talking about the troubling riots this week. During the riots, a Lidl in Wood Green was emptied, with looters escaping with up to £8 worth of goods. They took everything. OK, John's team, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
The collapse of the world economy. America's credit rating has gone... It's still AA+, which is quite incredible when you think they're $14.5 trillion in debt.
But you know what America should do? Raise some money. Sell Beyonce to the Russians. Oh, she is bootylicious. We paid 10 billion rubles for Beyonce.
It's terrifying to know what will happen when America collapses. Like, if you'd have said 10 years ago, America will be unable to repay China, it's just blown your mind. And China are being really cryptic with their comments. It's all like, the old dog will soon learn that when carrot is left in the sun... What are you on about?
Are you saying that the Chinese people are being inscrutable?
No.
Good.
I love China. Can't wait till they rule. Love your bean sprouts, guys. If we're learning anything, it's that the guy you want in charge of a country is a nutter. Like, the only places where the people are all right are generally where they've got nutters. Like Kim Jong-il, he just doesn't tell them about anything. Berlusconi's doing the same. He's going, it's fine.
I think Silvio Berlusconi's been put in a very awkward position by this whole thing, because he's trying to maintain an erection while taking a phone call from Angela Merkel.
They said this week he's in touch with all the heads of state, and you couldn't think, yeah, probably not Angela Merkel. What's she doing here? I'm not angry, I'm not thirsty. What do you want down here?
I've come up with a plan to get this country out of recession. I've come up with a little invention, which is, I think, is going to lift us. It's going to make us an economic powerhouse. It's going to make the iPod look as outdated as the rolling pin. It is. You know, honestly, it's brilliant. It's a radio comb. It's a comb, right? And it's got a radio in it. Imagine that. Now, the Chinese, they got thick, lustrous hair. They will lap up a radio comb. Claire Balding's already ordered 3. It's going to be massive. And you don't need headphones, because it's already up there, isn't it? Like that. You're never alone with a radio comb.
Let's have a look and see whether the financial crisis is one of the most talked about things. Yes, this is the news of another global financial meltdown. There's really nothing to worry about as long as you don't have a mortgage or credit card debts or shares or cash savings or run a small business or have a job or don't have a job or any hopes for the future. Fingers on buzzers, what else have the nation been talking about this week?
Well, that's about it, isn't it? Nothing else going on at the moment.
Maybe Vorderman.
Vorderman's in the news.
Big news.
Carol Vorderman has said that kids should learn maths compulsorily until they're 18.
Yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous. That's like 40 years.
She said they should do
No, it's 18 years. Where did you get him from?
She said it's increasingly important to be mathematically literate in the workplace. As if, like, at what point wasn't it? And why would you commission a maths report from someone who is good at maths but unemployed?
Not my fault.
It's a little bit your fault.
I didn't feel like people are actually that bad at maths until
I've seen
saw
some bad stuff, though.
Yeah, what's the worst maths you've
I
seen?
did a programme with dispatches, and they were looking at this school that had implemented this magical new teaching of maths. And I met an 11-year-old girl that couldn't work out 500 minus 499. This was after a year of their new magical teaching.
500 minus?
499.
Can you hold up your fingers? I'm going to need everyone's fingers. Sorry, audience.
You get how many fingers in one hand?
5.
Oh. How many fingers in 10 hands?
Oh, shit.
40.
Yeah, no, what?
Ask him again. What was the question?
Yeah, well, it's not difficult. It's your top's not done up, so it's hard. Give yourself, miss, do your top up, and then we can get on with the maths.
Ask me a question with 11 in it. I can tell you that Carol Vorderman's not in our top 3. If Carol Vorderman is so good with figures, why does she always insist on trying to squeeze hers into a dress that's clearly 2 sizes too small? And the award this evening for not laughing at a joke she clearly thought was funny goes to Rachel Riley. Congratulations. OK, fingers on buzzers. One more thing to get.
Is it the start of the Premier League season, which starts tomorrow?
Oh, yes, some football.
Yeah, there you go.
You like your football,
I love
don't
my
you?
football, yeah.
Who do you support?
Man United.
Riot!
I'm a Chelsea fan, so...
I'll say no.
Yeah. We got a new manager. He's brought in some new rules for the players and everything. One of the rules he's brought in is you have to speak English at all times, which I think is a bit unfair. And it's going to be really hard for John Terry, because normally he just points at things and then has sex with it, so...
Are you not a fan of... Because Scottish football, obviously...
That's
still going, isn't it?
Yeah, my local team... yeah, not well, but my local team is East Fife. And our star striker is also my bin man. That's how low the league is. He has to have 2 jobs. So it's like, he'll come round in the mornings and be like, you missed that penalty, you dick.
I literally do not know what's going on in football, but every season when it starts, I'm like, this is when I'm going to get into football. And then I last about 20 minutes of one match. And I'm like...
You'll get into it this year, because I think in about 2 weeks, Wayne Rooney's going to look like you. This is the first season we get to see his new hair, and Colleen said he looks much sexier. But so does a fish finger if you draw a pair of tits on it.
Oh, crunchy booby.
Rooney said after the Community Shield, yeah, we were behind, but then we won because we literally don't know when a game is over. But the problem is they're so thick that you just take it literally. You think, I imagine you don't know when a game is over. I imagine if someone didn't come and get you, you would just run all the time.
Let's see if the new football season is one of the most talked about things this week. Yes, indeed. By the end of that round, Sean, Daniel and Rachel have 2 points. John, Nick and Peter have 1. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. John, Nick, Peter, your turn first. What do you like the look of?
Silly not to pitch the picture of me, I think. Bottom left-hand corner.
Oh, yeah, looking very manly.
OK, so we asked our studio audience, what's the best way to impress a woman? A feat of strength or a grand romantic gesture? What do you think they said?
Bit of both, innit?
Yeah.
Carry a woman up a mountain at sunset and then do her on it. Ladies.
Ah, the romance of being done on a mountain.
My friend was actually proposed to like that. They were on
Well, she was being done on a mountain.
I think he said, oh, Laura, I've got something to ask you. And she said, no, Dave, not here. And then he actually proposed. Yeah.
Why would you marry a man who, when he says something like that, you naturally assume he means doing it? Baffles me, the men that have got wives. Just...
How long have you been single there, John?
Well, 8 years. What's the relationship status of my team?
Single for about 8 years also. We're really killing it.
Good strong wrist.
Yeah.
I'm in a relationship, practically married for 8 years. Even stronger wrist.
How did you woo your other half? Was it a romantic gesture or was it...
Woo?
Well, you know the way you woo a woman.
Like in the 30s?
You might get a feat of strength. You might say... You might do something that's, like, impressive to women. Involving...
Right.
So, look, look, you want a pickled onion? Give those to Sean.
Give them to me.
There you go. You can, you know. But that's the traditional way to impress a woman. Is that you? Yeah, it's a feat of strength. It's like a. It's like... Just open it. It's just been opened, Sean.
Yeah, it's a trick, isn't it? No, it hasn't. I can't open it.
Give them to Daniel. He'll do it.
It's glued up. You've glued it up.
I haven't.
You have.
Why would I do that? It's easy. Just twist it. You just twist. Twist the so a feat of strength or a romantic gesture. What would woo you?
It's got to be a romantic gesture, hasn't it?
So what kind of romantic gesture?
I'd say something like this.
What about something like this?
What?
Sort of like mating, kind of. Is that sexy?
My dad's lost the romance for my mum over the years, and when she was pregnant, I was 3 years old when my mum was diagnosed with my sister, and when she was 7 months pregnant, my dad's a lovely guy, but he just snapped him. She's like, you don't do anything around the house anymore. I'm doing everything. I do the hoovering, doing the cooking, doing it. I've got this one to take care of. Can you just help me? Some things I can't do, like I can no longer do the dishes. I physically can no longer do the dishes. Then the next day when my mum went to work, my dad spent the day welding a semicircle into the sink. So she could get the
So I need an answer on this, John. What do you think?
People will say romance, won't they?
I reckon.
I think romance.
What would you go with?
It's got to be romance.
Yeah, romance.
OK, I can tell you, we asked our studio audience what was the best way to impress a woman, and they said the best way was a romantic gesture. My My ex-girlfriend was quite a big girl, so often I'd combine a feat of strength with a romantic gesture by letting her go on top. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Most inappropriate thing to do at a funeral?
Sing Happy Birthday.
Nick, have you done anything bad at a funeral?
No, I've never done anything bad at a funeral. I don't think anyone has, have they?
I've done some quite bad things at funerals.
Like what?
Widows.
Rachel, have you ever done anything bad at a funeral?
No, my friends got a nervous laughter and they just started pissing themselves at a funeral once.
Oh, no, that's OK. You can normally mask that, because even if you laugh really heavily, if you try and stifle a laugh, it's sort of, you've got the shoulders going, and that can look like you're crying. You can just cover the... You can normally get away with it.
Yeah, but that doesn't help, does it?
Is it to tiptoe around and say, shh, don't wake him?
I think it'd be very poor taste to hire a photographer like they do at weddings. And can we have the widow near the coffin, please? We'll just come in there. We'll just throw the family. Who's going to catch the wreath?
Come on, Nana, you should get it. It's to do with the eulogy.
Speaking ill of the dead?
Sort of, but it's more specific. Oh, it's something that happens at comedy gigs all the time.
Is it heckle the eulogy?
That is the right answer. Yes, the most inappropriate thing to do at a funeral is heckle during the eulogy. Some cultures bury their dead, some cremate the bodies. In Britain, we prefer to hide the corpse in a cupboard for a couple of years so we can keep claiming their benefits. Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are John, Nick and Peter have 2 points. Sean, Daniel and Rachel are the winners. They've got 4. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune in to 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's it from us. Good night.
Princess, it's Kimberly Walsh. No Kane, no game. It's Russell Kane. And their team captain, John Richardson. And facing them tonight, is there a doctor in the house? It's Dr. Christian Jessen. Oh my Josh, it's Josh Whitcomb. And their team captain, Sean Locke. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 1 in 5 Brits has sent a text whilst driving? I'm not condoning it, but we've all done things we regret when we're drunk. 1 in 4 British potatoes are made into chips, as are 2 of the other 3. And the other one. Chips. And 1 in 5 doctors has been attacked by a patient. Yeah? Well, perhaps 1 in 5 doctors shouldn't use gel from the fridge when checking 1 in 5 patients' prostate. Let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. Tonight, it's our panellists' job to guess the top 3 most unpopular people in Britain. John's team, who do you think is up there?
I have an issue with Katie Price.
Kimberly, what was that look?
Because she always comes up on these polls.
Yeah.
And
She always comes up on polls, yeah.
No.
Kimberly Walsh, potty mouth. She's got that kind of Marmite thing where people that love her really love her and people that hate her just really can't.
I'm in the middle.
You're in the middle?
Really love
yeah, well,
her,
that's
but
what I was
don't
saying. I
really
hadn't finished.
hate
People
her.
either love her or hate her or are indifferent, like Kimberly.
People are bound to hate someone who admits they have no talent, and she said,
Still making lots of money.
the thing I'm best at is taking off my clothes. That's not a skill, is it? And even that implies she can't put them on herself. Just comes out with a dress on her head and shoes on her hands. You go, you've done it wrong again, let's take them off. I can do that bit, actually, thank you.
I think it's actually there's the Jordan thing, who we dislike, and she's on the unpopular list, and then I think there's the Katie Price thing that will pop up on all the popular lists if we did one of those.
His name's not Katie Price, it's Jordan.
Her name was... She's changed, that's another...
That's bollocks, that is. That pisses me off most of all. She's called Jordan, and suddenly she goes, I'm Katie Price. A bit like Noddy going, actually, my name's Derek Grantby. I still drive the little yellow car, wear the hat, but I'm more mature now. The other thing is the tanning thing. Now, a tan can look nice, but she's gone way too far. She's now the colour of a hangover piss, isn't she? It's true. You know this. Some mornings you look down and go, what was I drinking?
But she's incredibly successful. She sells an awful lot of books and
Sorry, she sells a lot of books. A lot of books are sold that have her name on it, that she hasn't seen them before in her life. I reckon she's written about 40 books. And she signs them. That'd be like me just wandering around signing cars and desks. Just signing a baby going, John Richardson, I done that, well done.
She's a good mum. She's a good mum, I think.
Well, that's a basic minimum. That you talk to your children and you look after them and you feed them. That's nothing to brag about. Yeah, she doesn't throw her kids into the sea.
He's been a bit mean. She does have it quite hard with Harvey and stuff, and I do think she's good.
She's
good with
defended
him.
Harvey, to be fair, admirably, from the abuse that he has gained since she forced him into the media.
No,
Should we have a look and see whether Katie Price is one of the most unpopular people? She's number one on our list of unpopular people. I feel bad for you, Katie, I feel bad. Businesswoman, model, author, TV star. Is there anything Katie Price can do? OK, Sean's team, who else do you think is on our list of the most unpopular people?
Nick Griffin from the BNP.
Tell me more.
It's got that thing kind of, they're taking all our jobs. He hasn't got that issue. No one is going to come over here and take his job. Surely that is the last job an immigrant would want to take, the leader of the BNP.
It would be. They did do an amazing thing last year where, because of European regulations now, anyone can join the BNP. So some people joined it that were from different sort of cultural backgrounds and went, right, we're going to join it. We'll vote. Let's get involved. If enough people joined it and got elected leader, it would be amazing. Hello, I'm the leader of the BNP. What's your name? Mbeki. Yeah, that's
The interesting thing about Nick Griffin is that he has a wife. And she said of him, she said, oh, I knew he was a bit, but I thought he'd grow out of it. He was a bit right-wing, but, I just thought he'd do it in the loft, sort of, in his retirement.
All the family are involved as well. It's like his children are involved. There's probably a Nana Griffin making the coffee. How'd you take it?
He edited an anti-Semitic newspaper for a while, which I imagine has the easiest crossword of any newspaper in the world. 3 down, 4 letters, starts with J. Can't get it.
His problem with the crossword was he was going, oh, I don't like the way these blacks and whites are going next to each other. Can't just... Still whites, that'd look a lot better, wouldn't it?
People say he's the ugly face of British politics, which is accurate.
Yeah.
He's got the... I'm not sure what the medical term is, but he's got the wob eye, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, basically, he's got one eye going down the shops, the other one coming back with a change, isn't he?
I think one of his eyes could see colour, he didn't like it.
The thing that I never understand is why the BNP are homophobic. I don't know how that fits with their immigrant policy. I'd like to send a really racist gay man in there to confuse him. I hate people of colour, but I love musicals.
They're good on the bins, though. Just saying, they're very good on the bins. You know, getting all the bins done regularly. That's what a lot of people... You get people, they do their campaigning, and people go, yeah, but they've got very good policies on the bins. Yeah. They go, yeah, I know the other stuff, but they are really into regular bin collection, so I am thinking about it. Yeah, no, they are. They're very good. As are Hamas.
2 collections a week, yeah.
Vote Hezbollah if you want cycle lanes.
Move on. Let's have a look and see whether Nick Griffin is one of the most unpopular people in Britain. Yes, Nick Griffin. I wish Nick Griffin would put a sock in it, or the barrel of a shotgun. John, Kimberly, Russell, who else is unpopular in Britain?
I would imagine Rupert Murdoch is still...
It's got to be up there, surely.
I found out this week his real name's Keith. If you were called Keith and people hate you, use Keith. You can't hate Keith. No one's ever hated a Keith. Like, who did that? Keith. Oh, Keith. Typical Keith, that.
So the news hacking thing is the reason he's so unpopular.
That's the other reason I'm aware of, really.
The phone hacking, I didn't really get what they were getting off the answer phones. I've never left a secret on someone's answer phone. Just wondering, oh, sorry you're not there. I just phoned to tell you that I'm a homosexual. I thought this was the best way to tell you, yeah.
It's quite a revelation even now.
I thought this was the best way to break it, Jimmy.
What sort of messages do you get on your phone, Christians? Are people just going, I can't cross my legs. I can't sit down, doctor.
Do you just...
Hell!
Just out of interest, what do you make of him? Do you think he's an evil man?
What are your lawyers like on this show?
They're pretty good.
Are they? Yes.
You can sue for evil.
You can't.
You can't sue for evil, no. If you said, what are you in court for? For being evil. There's not actually a crime of being evil.
Yeah, the judge
just
goes,
like,
yeah.
I think you're evil.
But people just hate him, don't they? And he's old and he won't die.
He is. You see, the thing, I would hate him more if The Simpsons wasn't around, which I love, and it's got Mr. Burns in it. So I sort of feel he's sort of in my head, he's the same as Mr. Burns, and it's difficult to hate Mr. Burns.
If you'd have done that in the inquiry, just excellent. Acquitted.
I think he was putting the frailness on a bit, though, because we love an old person here, don't we? And I think he'd had a sort of make-under before he went on to look a bit more crusty than he actually is.
Yeah, because I'm sure they say that he goes to the gym every day and stuff.
He goes to the gym every day?
I heard somebody said that.
Yeah, someone goes and finds him and brings him back home.
Just watching people.
Would you go to the same gym as... If there was a guy that looked like Rupert Murdoch in your gym, you'd go, well, I know why he's here.
It would alarm me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks like he'd send his son over as well to talk to you. He wouldn't be able to go himself. His son would weasel over and go, excuse me, my daddy, I don't have the information, but my daddy wants to have sex with you. And
I can tell you, Rupert Murdoch is not in the top 3. Rupert Murdoch has 6 children. James, Elizabeth, war, famine, pestilence and death. Sean, your team. Who else are the most unpopular people in Britain?
David Cameron. Well, he's Prime Minister. They're usually unpopular, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
What I don't like about Cameron is he's got a little mouth. And his face is too shiny. He looks like the school caretaker's gone over it, one of those big round polishing machines.
It's a bit unfortunate of him, though, because he's kind of required to be unpopular. So the Prime Minister is basically professionally unpopular for 5 years, and then we pretend he did it all, and then we get a new one. We don't ever need him to talk, we should just put a poster up of him. And then when something bad happens, just to the news, they cut to it and go, he did it! And we go, wanker, arsehole. So it's not really his fault he's an arsehole, but he is an arsehole.
Yeah, people give David Cameron a hard time because he's very posh. He went to Eton.
Yeah.
And then he went to Oxford, and now his job is to say, we're all in it together.
Yeah.
Don't think so, dickhead. One of us is probably all right, because one of us has a wife who's worth £30 million, and one of us has just been on a very expensive holiday, despite the fact he's already had 3 foreign holidays this year, and one of us only came back when someone said, it's really hot now, it's all on fire. Would you just come and look at a bit of it and say it's hot for a bit? Oh, baggering bagger.
The only reason he came back was his neighbour's cat was stuck in his shed. That's the real reason. It's nothing to do with the riots. They said, Tiddles is stuck in your shed.
I can tell you, controversially, David Cameron is not in the top 3. Right, figures on buzzers, one more to get.
I would imagine there must be a footballer on the list.
But who to choose?
Plenty to choose from.
Not Giggs.
Rooney.
Yeah.
Rooney? Rooney people don't like, do they?
Man.
He's got an ugly head. It's a little bit furrier. I think he's going for the teddy bear look.
Because this is the thing with Rooney recently, he had a hair transplant.
Yeah, he said it was itchy. He said it's itchy, and I reckon he's just got to a point where he's had his first idea and he doesn't know what it feels like.
I imagine it's a good idea, though, isn't it? It's like, I might have a Pop-Tart.
What I don't get is he had a hair transplant and then he's shaved his head. It's like getting a loft converted into an attic. It makes no sense to me. And the tweet, it said, it was a picture, and then it said that the caption was, "That's my head." As if anyone's going to look at it and go... There's Wayne Rooney had his face put onto his knee.
Now, you've gone on record. You had a little hair transplant, didn't you?
I had a hair transplant.
You've had the little... Because you had a thing like me, like a little widow's peak, and then you've gone...
Yeah, I filled it at the front,
in.
yeah.
I quite fancy that. I quite...
the best thing
Sean's
I ever
having a
did.
little look.
So clever.
Yeah, the front bits.
All right.
You see?
Yeah, I've got no problems in that department. My wife said to me recently, she said, you know, you've got to wear it, you're going to get sunburn, you've got to put some sun cream on that little spot on the top of your head. I realise. I didn't know. Nobody tells me. Pigeons do, but I can't understand. I go... I'm walking down the street. If I could speak pigeon, they're all going... Look at Baldy!
So
I'll
Christian...
never have a hair transplant, though. It's natural, isn't it? It's just going to go.
I've got a donor card, so when I die, they can remove
leave
my
your hair.
and you can have it, Sean.
I think I'd look ridiculous with my hair and then some sort of curly gold stuff.
What do you think of guys having hair transplants?
I think the good thing about Rooney is he was so open about it that kind of...
Why can't they just clone it, though? Why can't they clone hair follicles?
Why can't Rooney put a fucking hat on?
Yeah.
Let's have a look and see if Wayne Rooney's on our list. Yes, Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney wears the number 10 shirt, or as he calls it, the stick in the circle. Wayne Rooney recently had a hair transplant. Whilst he was unconscious, surgeons took the opportunity to brush his teeth, clip his nails and weigh him. And then they led a party of local school children into the room to stroke his fur and watch him breathe. So at the end of that round, Sean, Josh and Christian have 1 point. John, Kimberly and Russell have 2. Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. Sean, Christian, Josh, what do you like the look of?
A doctor.
Or the doctor. Will you be crazy not to go for the doctor? OK. Most men care more about their car than their personal health. True or false?
True.
Do you think people care more about their car than their personal health?
Yeah.
Well, you're a doctor. Would you go with it?
Well, people only come to a doctor when it's really, 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 really bad.
Wait till it's fallen off and then they
Yeah,
go.
but if you hear just a little tiny, like a clicking noise in the back of the car, you go, well, I've got to get this fixed, it's driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's your hip, you go, nah, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
So what's the longest someone's left it before coming to see you? How bad has someone let it get before they come to see you?
I think my memorable case was a guy who... Here we go. Settle in for this one, guys. Settle in. He went to Thailand on holiday, as he did.
Oh, here we go.
He went to Thailand on holiday, got pissed, very, very, very pissed.
Oh.
Went off with a prostitute. Nothing happened. It was completely, you know, brewer's droop. Nothing worked. So he refused to pay her, because, you know, belligerent, aggressive drunk. Refused to pay her, promptly fell asleep on her bed. Didn't wake up till morning. 3 weeks later, comes to see me, sort of basically peeing blood and really, really uncomfortable and all the rest of it, and has put it off for a good 3 weeks. The blood started quite quickly. So 3 weeks later, he comes to see me, and he thinks, oh, I've probably got gonorrhea. I give him the standard gonorrhea treatment. It doesn't go away. Anyway, cut a long story short, I send him off for an X-ray, and his bladder contains 15 hairpins. And the prostitute, who was pissed off that he didn't pay, spent the rest of the night with this drunk man passed out, pushing hairpins down his willy into his bladder as punishment. True story. True story.
You've got to finish that with, night-night, children.
Just out of interest, I did this with my doctor recently. I sent her a photo of a thing.
Of a thing?
No, but I had
What was it?
I had a rash on my neck. A little rash on my neck when I was on holiday. So I sent a photo, and she said...
What, you had a little rash? I can understand if your leg was hanging off at the knee.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to send her a photo. Go, do you think that's right? It's hanging off. Yeah, go on. So do you get sent... Do people send you pictures?
No, we do. They'll Skype in.
So do you have to meet someone before you diagnose them? Could you diagnose just from a text?
Dodgy ground. You'd never...
Could you make some more noise with your massive fucking shoes?
I think she should be on Embarrassing Bodies with the horse feet. Shit, Doctor, I've got the feet of a Shire horse.
I've got an embarrassing body I wanted to check with you.
It just looks really unmanageable. You should comb it.
Now, I've got, like, a hole in my chest.
What do you mean you've got a hole in your chest?
But it just keeps going in.
Go on, show us that. What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but I'll have a go. I'll have a look.
Well, let's see if... It's like a concaveness.
That's disgusting.
Cheers.
You could lie down and pour beer in it, couldn't you? And then get a straw and drink beer off yourself.
Dr. Christian,
put nuts in there.
For winter.
Yeah. Or you could, like, get a little, like a gerbil or something, let it make a nest in there.
Can I get the diagnosis? What is the matter with his...
It's called pectus excavatum, because it's an excavated chest.
So someone excavated it?
I bet it was Tony Robinson.
You don't need a doctor, you need a plasterer.
I've got stretchy skin. I don't know if that's normal.
What you've got?
That goes quite far.
You look like something out of the Muppets.
Have you got hyperflexible joints as well?
Yeah, I have.
Can you bend your elbows right back?
I'll bend them right back, but I can do weird sort of...
No, that's just being camp.
What does that mean?
OK, so what do you think men care more about, their cars or their personal health?
Their car.
Their car.
OK. You've said...
I would like to think health. I think we should stick up for men and we'll say health.
You've said health, you said cars. I can tell you the answer is true. Most men care more about their car than their personal health. Extraordinary. Some men are so obsessed with their cars, it's almost as if they want to have sex with them, which, by the way, would be a stupid thing to do, especially if you haven't let the exhaust pipe cool down and end up losing most of the skin on my penis, their penis. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your question. Best thing about camping?
Camping, some people don't like camping, some people see it as negative. They see it like as a barbecue you can never escape from. It's going to go on all night. No, I quite like it. I like just wandering around the campsite with a toilet roll. Even if I'm not going to go to the toilet. People don't talk to you, they leave you alone. They go, hey, I've seen you... they go, and then they go, right, yeah.
I bought my first tent this year to go to a festival. It was a 2-room tent, which sounds quite roomy, and then you get there. One of the rooms they've given you is the porch. I was going to take 2 rooms on holiday. I wouldn't choose the porch. Choose the bedroom and the toilet. Because I've never woken up at 4 a.m. and thought, I need the porch.
I hate camping. There's nothing good about camping.
You look as if you love camping. You're so rough and ready. You're such a tomboy.
No, but I did camp when I climbed up Kilimanjaro, and it was horrific. I wouldn't recommend it.
Horrific?
Yeah.
Because it was an amazing thing to do. How far up did you... Because you went...
We got to the top, yeah.
You got to
we
the
all
top.
got to the top.
How many days it was?
9 days.
9 days hiking. Wow.
And then sleeping in a lovely tent every night.
Who did you camp with in Kilimanjaro? Who are you with?
Me, Cheryl and Alicia Dixon, all 3 of us.
You,
shared
Cheryl and
a tent.
Alicia in a tent? Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. What were you wearing? Did you have a portaloo? Did I have to bring a portaloo?
There wasn't a portaloo, there was a bucket. For the
Did
girls.
you have to use a shiwi?
I couldn't do it.
You couldn't?
It freaked me out.
Did you have one?
Yeah. Fern Cotton brought them. She gave us all shiwis.
What's
but
the
it
shiwi
freaked
again?
me
Explain
out.
the shiwi.
The shiwi is a plastic device
Look
that a woman can use to pee standing up.
I think the problem is the name. I think she-we puts people off. It should be called Lady Go Anywhere.
OK, best thing about camping? It's a financial thing.
It's cheap.
That's the right answer. I loved camping as a child. What could be more fun than lying in a field at night with just a sheet of canvas between you and your dad giving it to your mum like a steam train? Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show, which means the final scores are Sean, Josh and Christian have 2 points, but John, Kimberly and Russell are the winners with 3. Our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. If you want more, tune into 8 out of 10 Cats Uncut on Wednesday. That's it from us. Good night.
Tonight on 8 out of 10 Cats, Jack B, Jedward, Amy Childs, Bear Grylls, Alex Reed, Jamelia, David O'Doherty, Russell Kane, Krishnan Guru Murthy, Joe Wilkinson, and their team captain, Sean Locke. And facing them tonight, Doc One, Kelly Osborne, Sarah Milliken, Lorraine Kelly, Jack Whitehall, Mickey Flanagan, Charlie Brooker, Patsy Palmer, and their team captain, John Richardson. Now, welcome your host, Jimmy Carr.
Hello and welcome to 8 out of 10 Cats, a show about opinion polls, surveys and statistics. Did you know, for example, 1 in 5 Brits has sent a racy text message to the wrong person? I once wrote an explicit text to my girlfriend's mum, but somehow I sent it to my girlfriend by mistake. 20% of Americans think the sun orbits the Earth. Sounds bad until you realise the other 80% think it's towed across the sky by Jesus in a chariot. 33% of Brits keep a weapon in their home. I keep mine in my trousers. Right, ladies? It's a Stanley knife. Right, let's get started. What are you talking about? That's the name of our first round. We've teamed up with a leading polling organisation, and they've asked the British nation what stories they've been discussing this week. It's our panellists' job to guess the British public's top 5 most popular talking points. Sean, Alex, Russell, what have the nation been talking about this week?
It's got to be Giggsy.
Giggsy?
He's been a bit of a naughty boy, hasn't he?
Yeah. Tell me, a bit of a naughty boy, I think it's probably an understatement.
Yeah. What is interesting about the footballers, though, is they seem to pick up all their women via mobile phones. They either, like, send pictures or texts. They say, do you want to go out and have sex? And they go, yeah, all right, and that's it. There's no... What did they do? How did footballers get off with women before mobile phones?
Pigeon.
Yeah.
Pigeon. Imagine that.
Just drew a picture of their cock on a bank statement. Here's my bank statement, and that's what it looks like. I can't draw, so I got Rio to do it.
I just thought of something.
It's quite normal.
Is it Lego? First, there's that Imogen business. And incidentally, she came to my New Year's Eve party, and
Imogen came to your New Year's Eve party?
She did.
Well, but now she's famous, so things are going to change.
She's done pretty good.
She's now in a different league.
You know, you have to sign all these NDAs and these, what's the thing they're going...
Non-disclosure agreements?
Yeah, everyone had to sign these.
To come to your party?
Correct, yes.
You're having a laugh, aren't you?
Yeah. Seriously, that wasn't my suggestion.
Because
somebody else has
I remember... Do you remember that girl, I forget her name, that you were dating?
Yeah, yeah.
Remember the only reason you're famous, that girl? Don't Christ!
Okay.
Jesus! I should have booked security.
I might be tired, but
I know, all right. Don't cry, Alex. Jesus.
The other lady, is it alleged? Are we allowed to talk about the other?
Oh, we are allowed to talk the other lady.
Sister-in-law. I mean...
Oh, my good. Brothers. What's that all about?
It's when a woman has two babies and they're both boys.
So not only has Ryan Giggs been in someone who's been in Big Brother, but his brother has also been in someone his Big Brother has been in. John, Sarah, Patsy, what have the nation been talking about this week?
Oh, it's the end of the world. It's the end of the news of the world. They're closing the news of the world just in case the allegations are true. It's a bit of a clue that they might be. It's a bit like saying, I can't be sure my flatmate was lying when he said he didn't drink the last of the milk, but I have had him killed anyway.
The thing is, it's got to a point now where paedophiles watching this scandal unfold can take the moral high ground. What I did was wrong, but I didn't phone up dead soldiers' parents. You know, that's how bad it is, and I think that they had no choice but to get rid of the news of the world. No choice but for it to go. But what's odd is that none of the editors are being sacrificed. And it's a bit weird, these editors who said, I didn't know anything about this. It's a bit like a butcher holding up a leg of lamb and going, what, they killed a sheep? I had no idea! This is disgusting!
Sean, Krishnan and Joe, what else have the nation been talking about?
The Greek economy, the bailout, the riots in Greece. They've been rioting about the austerity measures that are being imposed. And they couldn't control the rioters. I thought they'd have used the hummus cannon. Spray them with hummus, and in the sun it'd dry quickly and they'd be stuck like that. Take a very light-hearted approach to that serious problem they've got in Greece.
Krishnan, you're like a proper grown-up newsreader. Tell us what's going on in Greece.
They're screwed, basically. I mean, they're...
Get to us straight. Don't sugarcoat it for us.
Yeah, they've got massive debts that they can't service, and they need another bailout.
How much do they owe?
Total debts are €355 billion.
355 billion?
Yeah.
There's got to be a point where you start opening your statements and go...
The real tragedy of the whole thing is being this much in debt. We'll never see a Greek man on the moon. I mean, that's a shame. Something I always dreamt of. First Greek on the moon. They'll never have enough money to pay for that space programme now.
Economy's a Greek word as well, sadly.
Yeah.
Short for, he got no bloody money.
Is it Wimbledon?
Did you go this week?
I went to Eastbourne.
How did you cope with the screaming?
Where, in Eastbourne?
At the tennis, when they hit it and they...
Screaming? Grunting?
They're trying to ban it, aren't they? They're trying to ban the noises.
Yeah, they are.
I have to watch it with the sound down. I can't be doing with it. If you turn the sound down and do your own noises, like boink, boink. I imagine that the ball boys are little gremlins, and then when they come out to get a ball, I go...
Can I hear the gremlin noise again?
Sometimes I go, my ball, my ball, my ball.
Does anyone think Andy Murray's going to win?
Of course he's not going to win. We always go through this shit every year. He's never going to win.
Read the news like that. Oh, this is bollocks. I'm not reading that. Move on.
Well, it'd be good. It'd be a breath of fresh air if the news was read like this.
I'd love that.
Afghanistan, yada, yada, yada.
The thing that did annoy me was that Andy Murray takes his top off a lot. And, like, he's obviously proud of his body, isn't he? Which annoys me. If he had my body, he wouldn't do it.
Because if he had your body, I don't know whether he'd be playing there.
Well... I always think he looks a mess, because, like, Nadal is incredible. Like, he's just a physical Adonis. And Andy Murray looks like a heroin addict that's shoplifted a JD Sports. He's pathetic. And like when you see him next to Nadal is just the perfect man because he's really strong. He's got these big pistons of arms, but then a really nice little boyish face, sort of very hamsterish features. Like imagine if you were with Nadal, he'd be like 2 hours of like rampant, ferocious sex, and then afterwards just make you eggs Benedict.
Does anyone... Do you fancy a game of who's got a crush on Nadal? Anyone fancy a game? Oh, look, I've won. What are the biggest scandals?
Is it WikiLeaks? That's where the whole world was blown apart by a series of increasingly tedious revelations.
In the East End, we've got a slightly different version of the website. It's called Dirty Filthy Grass. Slag, in brackets.
So you see Julian Assange as a...
Dirty Filthy Grass. Slag. The minute they buried the Quay twins, I knew all this would start. They kept a lid on all this. Everyone behaved themselves. Ronnie goes, posh, it's all out in the open.
Sort of disappointing revolutionary, isn't he, though, Julian Assange? He's a sort of sleazy Australian in a cotton suit that looks like it smells of urine. WikiLeaks is actually what happens when Australians don't work behind bars.
There's one thing I don't say about the name. It's a strange name, Assange. It sounds like a tactic in croquet. Doesn't it? If you knock your ball there, you have Assange. Or like a parade ground drill, like, Legionnaires, Assange! And they all go into the shape of a croissant.
Yeah, but what else does it sound like, Sean?
The surgeon would say, well, we've removed the prostate, now we just have to Assange the wound. Or like a part of France. We've bought a lovely place in the Assange.
What else does it sound like, though, Sean?
Assange. It sounds like that rash you get, right? The rash you can get if you wax your chest too quickly. If you're a footballer. And he's got a lot of Assange there, the skin's...
I got Olympic tickets to see Assange.
What are you wearing? Is it Assange? When the meat is nearly ready, you just have to Assange the vegetables.
What else are we going to be talking about this week?
Kate and... Well, I don't know why they are, but apparently Kate and Wills have been in the news because they went to Canada.
They're praising them for doing ordinary... Oh, it's amazing how Kate, she just went up to this girl and talked to her. As if she was like another human being that spoke the same language. It's amazing.
You can't talk to girls, John, so...
That's why we put the two girls on your team. We thought we'd give you a chance. We've paid women to talk to you.
I've done that.
You own a tallying salon, don't you?
I do vajazzles. Basically, for the show I do vajazzles, and they come in and tell me all their life stories. Why don't you come down? Why don't you have a vajazzle?
Why don't I come down? Because I don't have a vagina. Is it called a pajazzle when a boy has it? This is when you put the... Oh, well, surely you should call it glitter balls.
I don't do that.
What's a vajazzle?
They take a twinkle cave...
Twinkle cave?
And they decorate around the top of the twinkle cave with a few little shiny things, Sean. It's delightful.
And it's called vajazzle.
What? No, I don't understand. They decorate it?
Yeah.
Yes, they do.
Why?
You know, because sometimes when you look at one, you go, oh, it's a bit dull, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, you see what you can do? You can do them at home. I'm sure yours are much better, but you can do it at home where you just put a bit of, like, Pritt stick on. A bit of glitter on, but you always have to do it over, like, a bit of newspaper so you can get back into the thing, because it's expensive.
Could you do it with, like... Could you use dried pasta and stuff and lentils as well?
Teachers are on strike and they didn't know what to do, which seems... Because when the firemen go on strike, they get the army in. You just do that in schools. Teachers send the army into schools.
What, just hose down the kids? Sorry, there's been a terrible mix-up.
certainly sort out the discipline, and I imagine they would learn stuff. 2 + 2 is 4. Sir, yes, sir. Scaring the crap out of them. How was your day, Oliver? You don't know, 'cause you weren't there, man.
U-turn?
Oh, yes, yeah, they've done that again. haven't they?
Government U-turn. There have been 2 government U-turns this week. There's the obvious U-turn over sentencing policy.
Because Ken Clark said we're going to halve sentences if you say you did it.
Yeah.
Which sounds like a reasonable offer. It's almost worth saying you did something.
Yeah. Well, Ken Clark's been dubbed by the Sun. They call him the paedophile's friend, which sounds like the strongest mint in the world. When you take your suck one, it clears your hard drive.
Okay, as you guys know, okay, we met Barack Obama, okay, and he was like...
You're joking.
The man shook Barack Obama's hand. Yeah, like, if anyone wants to touch it, you can.
Just out of his, why did you meet him?
We met the biggest world leader in the world, okay, and he was like, so what is Jedward? And we told him that it's John and Ed and you put together and it makes Jedward.
But why, was he lost or something? How did this happen?
Yeah.
Barack Obama opened the wrong door and get lost. What's going on there? And he switched the light on, then you two are there. How did it happen?
You told him the Jedward story and he didn't go back to America and say, from now on I am Obama.
All the biggest people in Ireland were there. Daniel Day-Lewis was there, Gabriel Byrne was there, we were there. He skipped everyone, walked straight to us, and Michelle Obama was there also.
Bono wasn't there.
Yeah, he was too
He
cool.
was on tour.
Bono was probably in your dressing room going... Can I ask a question?
Of course you can.
That's not going to change anything. You'll be surprised to find that my memory is not wiped out by that. Yours maybe. But do they not hit kids in Ireland?
Welcome back to 8 out of 10 Cats. Our next round is Pick of the Polls. OK, Sean Steen, what do you like the look of?
We like the look of the keyboard, Jimmy.
In a poll to find out who people would turn to for advice, Google, the internet search engine, came second. What came first? When something happens in your life, there's a crisis, who do you go to?
My mum.
And what does she say?
Google it.
I think it's got to be family, because I would definitely go to Mama and Papa Wan every single time for advice.
Mama and Papa?
Mama and Papa Wan.
Oh, that sounds adorable.
Yeah, they are adorable.
Do you phone them up for just advice on like, personal stuff, or is
Well,
it like... Is it in
I
life?
tend to talk to Mama Wan first, because I can't understand my dad, because he talks in very broken English still, which is...
A little bit racist, Cock.
A little bit racist. But it's a little bit. But it's true, but honestly, to this day...
Have you never communicated with your dad?
We do. My dad is one of these immigrants that came over to the country. Social immunity, I'm allowed to say this. He's one of these immigrants that came over, and when he came over, he couldn't speak English, and my mum taught him to speak English because they fell in love. And then over his life, he's lived here since he was 16. He's about 102 now. So he's been here most of his life. And so he must be able to talk good English. But he's really, as soon as he doesn't want to listen to a word we're saying, we'll say, you know, Dad, how are you? He'll just go, oh, Or I'll turn around to my dad and I'll say, you know, Dad, this has happened in my life, or, you know, this has happened, I really need some advice. And he'll go, who you? This is the honest truth. He becomes really racist about himself and refuses to talk English.
Sean Steen, what do you think kids are most scared of?
Well, in our house, it's Mr. Jangles, which is one of the characters I play.
Who is Mr. Jangles, Sean?
Mr. Jangles comes up the stairs! You better be in bed! Before Mr. Jangles gets up there!
That's everybody's scared, Sean. That's just
We're all
getting a bit
scared
panicky.
now. I'm afraid that's the end of the show because we have to go to bed now.
I find it really funny when kids are scared of stuff, because my girls, I've got 2 daughters, and they're not scared of anything, but I've got a niece, and she's scared of everything. I took her to Cadbury World recently, and like they've got these big like cocoa beans walking around, so like dressed up cocoa beans, and the whole time she was like, and I was just killing myself laughing. I was like proper laughing at her.
You were laughing at your niece as she was terrified on a day out.
I liked your face, Jamelia. Do the face again of her being terrified.
Oh, she was...
Was she in a Michael Jackson Thriller video? It's quite an extreme, terrified.
No, but that's how terrified.
Can we have it one more time? Could you do Mr. Bojangles or whatever it was called, and then I would have terrified? It'd be great. A little playlet.
Mr. Bojangles!
Most people would rather pay for cosmetic surgery than join a gym. True or false? What do you think, Jamelia?
No way. No way. Like, no way.
Have you ever had anything done?
You can't do that, no.
Would you have anything done?
No, I mean...
For me?
Botox.
How much?
Botox do you have?
I haven't got any... Well, I've got Botox done on one side, but I only got one side done. I didn't have the money, but I don't think you really noticed, but I've had that side done, and then I left that side, but I didn't have money for both. But I'm getting the other side done next week. Can you tell which one... Can you tell the before and after?
You look like a Picasso painting of yourself.
I don't think you had Botox, I think you had a stroke.
Shouldn't really joke about strokes. If you have a stroke, you'd be laughing on the other side of your face. OK, I can tell you the answer is false. 79% of people would rather join a gym. Yeah. All the celebrities get plastic surgery these days. Colleen Rooney just had some work done on her arsehole. He's had a hair transplant. And the winner is the name of our final round. Here's your first one. Top gadget that makes British people happy. What makes you happy?
Generally, in my life, I would say the gadget that's blown my mind the most is the boiled egg slicer.
You press it and it... Oh, what a joy.
It's like a little cradle, and you just put the egg to bed, and it says, all right, Mr. Egg, you're going to be... Also got a pickled onion grabber.
Is it your hand? It's not a gadget. Oh.
It is for you, Mr. Vinegar Fingers.
No! Curse my vinegar fingers.
Just looks like a pen. You press it, little prongs come out like that. Pickled onion, madam. There we go.
The ladies must just swoon.
The only problem is he's had to take it next door to someone to open the jar for him. Mr. Bronson, could you open my pickled onion jar? I've got some ladies coming round.
Top way Brits break the law.
I think the main one is because the British penchant for urinating in public is quite big. I was on a tube train the other day.
A tube train?
A tube train, and a man had a piss in the corner. And typical British, we were all like... And then he got off at the next stop, and I had to break the silence. I said, thank God he didn't need a shit.
Worst thing to do in a job interview.
It's a bad idea to refer to yourself throughout the interview as Lord Partyjet. Wear a cape.
Top hat as well. Top hat wouldn't be very good, would it?
Just a top hat and a cape.
And then you draw on a big mouth on your tummy. And you did that, so it looked like it was... Where do you see yourself in 5 years' time? Sitting right where you are.
Well, that sound tells me it's the end of the round and the end of the show. Thanks to all our panellists, our wonderful studio audience, and to all of you for watching at home. That's it from us. Good night.